You guys ready?
Yes, ma'am.
And get Ron. Yeah, I wish. Okay, everybody. Welcome to our October meeting, and I thank everybody for attending. Marnie, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Steve Friedman.
Here.
Councilmember Deb Gillis.
Here.
Councilmember Anna Richards.
Here.
Vice Mayor Don Horton.
I'm here.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Elizabeth Jolin, would you lead us in the pledge? Got you off guard. Thank you. Okay, council. Requests for deletions, additions. Steve?
None for me.
Anna? Deb?
I have a short statement that I'd like to do under mayor council, and I also would like to move up quasi-judicial to after the reports. Just trying to find where that was.
So mayor, council, Deb?
I guess that's after public comment. I'd like to move quasi-judicial up before the consent.
And how does
agenda.
everybody else feel about that?
You talking about both items?
Yes. No?
Don?
I'll wait to see what y'all think.
Steve?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Anna?
Okay.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll move those two. Okay, Don? Anything for you?
No, when we get to consent agenda, and I just had probably two things at mayor and council communication, but they're quick.
Okay, and for me, I have, I want to have a discussion real quick about tabs 6 and 7. Not pull them, but talk about it. Ron, do you want to say something?
When you get to me.
That's on the consent?
Yes. Go ahead.
You don't want to, do you want to pull?
No, but thanks for reminding me. Yeah, go ahead.
Under additions, I'd like to move under consent calendar the resolution authorizing Vice Mayor Don Horton to attend the Florida League of Cities Legislative Conference. It's scheduled to be heard on Thursday, but since we may or may not have a meeting on Thursday, I thought to be safe, let's go ahead and move it up tonight, to move to tonight's consent calendar.
So we have to consent. I'd say he takes the bus and walks.
My
Okay.
knee can't handle walking all the way to Orlando.
And before we start, I'd like to recognize a former village manager who's here. Where is he? Is he still? Bernie. Bernie, would you stand up and say hi to everybody? When were you the manager here?
Come on up.
Charles Baldwin. And he's brave enough to come back. So kudos. We just want to say welcome and thank you for attending.
That was 2005, 2006? 2000 to 2006. Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Ron, do you want to have a brief statement about Casey Watkins, who passed away this last week?
Yes, Casey Watkins is a member of the community, the voice of the Coral Shores football team, announcing passed away, and they're having a memorial for him October 21st, I believe at 6:30 at Barley Field behind Coral Shores High School. 6:30 p.m., October 21st.
Okay. All right. Okay. John?
Just for purposes of when I read off the consent agenda, I usually read what the tabs are. Can we call the resolution that that we moved to consent from Thursday for the travel? Can we call that tab 28? Just so it's clear when I read it off what's what.
Okay. All right. Everybody got that? Okay, good. Okay, then. Ready to move on? I guess we'll do reports, presentations, starting with Miller Lake for the park. If they'd like to come up, please. Could you please tell us who you are before you start?
Sure will. My name is Jack Cardis, and I'm a senior recreation planner with Miller Leg. And with me is Lumi Fuentes, and Lumi is landscape architect.
And planner. Thank you for having us. I appreciate it. I know we've seen very familiar faces, and it's been a process, but we're almost there. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to present another time as well. And hopefully, if you guys have any questions, we'll be here. And we're handing out just the presentation as well, so it's easier to have a copy in person as well.
Perfect.
Okay, so we're going to take you through the process and show you exactly what we were up to and what we did. So let's see. All right, here we go. About a year ago, we got underway with this project. This past summer, it would be about a year, and we went through a process of collecting a huge amount of data and an exceptional amount of public engagement, which we'll get into in a few minutes. And that whole process got us to about the month of March. And when the real work happened was between March and June, when we really start to hone in on what those recommendations meant and translated them into the concept plans that then began to be workshopped in the draft master plan workshops in June and July. We appeared before the Parks and Recreation Citizens Advisory Committee in August, and we've shown this plan a few times, so we're going to get into some more of the details on it today for you. Let's see. I don't need to tell you about where you live. You know where you live. It's with about 7,500 folks in the community, 3,900 acres in total. This is a between 45 acre park facility that we're working on here. And let's get the delay, see if that, there we go. Okay. So, and again, this is a beautiful, beautiful park. And I think when you get in, I don't know how you managed to get as much into one parcel of land like you did in this particular park. And what you do with your events are to die for. I live in Key Largo, and my wife and I come here regularly for your music festivals, and me for the nautical marketplace. We love it. So this park is doing a great job in everything that it undertakes. And it is do I have to point it back that way? Maybe, or? Yeah. Over my shoulder will work better. There it went. Okay. So anyway, these are all the things that you've got in this park right now. So, and when we started out this project was one of the things that we were kind of told is that don't change much. And there really isn't a whole lot of things that need to be changed in this park. Again, adding it, the amount of space that is available, it took a lot of different kind of configurations that we could look at to try to make some of the things that we got from the public feedback fit onto the new footprint. So we did an existing conditions inventory. That existing conditions inventory is one of the tasks within our scope. We looked at every element of this park, whether it was the amphitheater, the conditions of the beach, the dog park, fitness trails. We looked at the Great Lawn. We looked at the baseball fields. We looked at the multi-purpose fields and the softball field and the marina and the trailer parking that was out there. We looked at the pickleball complex, beautiful, beautiful new pickleball courts that are here. We looked at the fitness elements, the pool. We looked at the playgrounds. We looked at the maintenance area, the multiple maintenance areas that we found out behind this building here. We looked at the tennis operations and the volleyball courts. And it was we have a thorough exploration of that within the master plan itself. We give you a rating, we give you some information on some of the areas that could be improved, but for the most part, great job on what you do. Probably the most important element of what we were engaged to do involved public engagement. And, one of the things we as planners look for is public interest, and you have it in spades here. When you look at these numbers, that 860 surveys were completed, that's 12% of the population responded. We typically get about 1% to 2% response rates. So the interest is fabulous, and especially the 727 of the statistically valid surveys were returned, and another 133 in the open link surveys came in. So this was a really remarkable findings. And from that, we were able to prioritize what it was that the survey respondents wanted to see the most. And you're going to see a matrix in a minute of how we get that all reconciled. But everything from, it led with enhancing the beach area, adding butterfly gardens, it went to adding food services, it went to additional walking and bike trails, and on down the line until finally at the end of the enhancing the marina operation as well, the marina areas. Then we did stakeholder engagement, and stakeholder engagement kind of, they overlap. The stakeholder engagement were the different elements from the Parks Advisory Committee to the Park and Marina staff to the program instructors, the youth sports groups, the civic groups, the organizations that use this, the school groups. And we did workshops, and they also participated in those surveys. And we interviewed you all as members of the, and I know there's been some transitions in it, and I know, I got a chance to sit with a couple of you, so, and enjoyed that feedback very much. The stakeholder engagement, there was, in stakeholders, there was about 148 individuals that attended the various workshops that we did with each of the different groups. In addition to that survey, there's 9 categories of actual stakeholders are broken down for you on that there. So this is what I really wanted to get to, because this is where we were able to take and reconcile everything that we learned from those stakeholder meetings and from the survey data. And to do that, we did a prioritized matrix, a rating scale that gave first priority 3 points, second priority 2, and third priority 1 point. We gave 3 times the rating because there was about 5 times as many people took the surveys as those who participated in the actual workshops and in the stakeholder meetings. So we gave those the survey 3 times the weight for each of those priorities. And what you have here is then a statistically valid way of looking at the prioritization that we got from feedback from you all and as well as the people in the community. So, and that's what we use to prioritize the projects that Lumi's going to bring you through here in a minute or two. So in fact, I think I'm going to turn it over to Lumi because you are familiar with this part of it because you did the majority of the work on it. So there you go.
All right. So I just wanted to highlight, we do take into consideration ongoing projects, and we were kept in the loop throughout the process of these. So starting with, we looked at your pickleball complex study that had started prior to us commencing the master plan. And then also the pool resurfacing, shower, and locker rooms improvements that I know that's currently ongoing. We've seen the latest plans for that as well. And the playground improvements as well. We've been very involved and helping and assisting and kind of setting up what the playground area should look like, especially since that was kind of one of the recommendations that we did in the master plan, as well as the school board, the village partnership on the baseball field. We are aware of the current plans. That was shared with us, and we discussed it early on, and that was kind of shared the latest plans that they have on board recently with us, probably back in June on that. But so from all that, and there we go. Okay. Now I'll describe a little bit of what our recommendations are. And we really looked holistically at the park and where areas of opportunities could be in enhancing it while still preserving the beauty of Founders Park. So one of the first items really would be the entrances. One would be the south entrance, which would be dedicated to the marina and the maintenance kind of entrance for all the maintenance on the park and for Public Works. And then the second entrance, which would be really the main entrance currently, expanding that and having a dedicated lane for residents, as well as being able to have that staffed on the weekends and kind of automizing it during the weekdays for people to engage and come in with a card for that, or read plate. And then number 3, we have the multi-purpose field and upgrades to that. We have 2 options for that. If thinking of the future for the baseball field, and if that becomes true with the artificial field, we will remain our multi-purpose field to be grass. And then there's a second option where that could be a potential for artificial turf on that area. And that would help with the practice areas and expanding the time of practice and usage of the field in comparison to the downtime of maintenance for the field. Again, those are 2 options reasons for that, and that is we have the information to kind of to provide you and use of guidance depending on how the baseball coordination kind of comes from. The other location would be really an airnasium, which would have a covered roof, no enclosed walls, especially with the heat here, and the Keys, which will have 2 basketball courts, which just we kind of relocated to that new proposal on number 4, and then you would actually have 8 new pickleball courts in that location, including bleachers, and it's all kind of covered. And then a proposed hard, like just regular sand volleyball courts, hard surface, not sand, for the opportunity for the kids and the schools to kind of be able to practice on that. And that was one of the needs that kind of came up from our stakeholder discussions as well. And then in the future, in the far future, would be the opportunity for this community center to kind of be a little bit expanded into more of a recreation center, where you will still be able to host offices on the top, but you would be able to have a full indoor gymnasium inside for more programming for the kids or for various different activities. So it'll just be more of a again, continuing with the flexibility of the space inside. And then we also have additional parking in this area to help support these, as well as kind of looking at the service back area for that. And where the current maintenance area is in the back, we're proposing a bit more trails and a better connection with the preserve next door as well. You also looked at the marina and the reconfiguration that could happen in that area by just allocating the actual spaces and the storage kind of being a bit reconfigured on that. And then in the beach area, we will be, the sand volleyball will be in place. The playground is just switching locations. And then the restroom would be upgraded, as well as for storage space on there. And then in the top corner on number 9, I believe it's number 19, having an area for a maintenance location for storage that would be able to help also with parking. I do want to highlight some of the sustainable practices that we want to continue having in this plan, and that comes with the parking spaces continuing to be gravel, as well as any upgrades to the amenities to continue being solar lights. Okay, I'll walk you through the phasing on this. In the first phase, you would have the areas of the entrance, the main entrance being expanded, and then the beach area, the playground, which is currently in works as well. There's a grant for that, as well as those areas, and I'll explain a little bit more. They're coming up, and we'll show you everything that's in those phases. In the second phase, you would be able to have your field, the renovations to the fields, and then as well as the parking kind of area to service that. On the third phase, we would have, and the secondary entrance would come into that second phase. On the third phase, you would have you would be able to have the switch of the maintenance areas that are kind of all over the place right now in different storage containers to one dedicated space, and then opening up the current back room of this community center to actually have the airnasium be back here, and more trail spaces as well as the marina and the reconfiguration of the amphitheater would come in the second phase. Forgot to mention that. And then the last phase, which this would be 10 to 15 years, would really be the community center, and if we could expand that in the future. Okay, so this would be phase 1, which is 1 to 3 years, and this would be the playground is shifted to where the current sand volleyball is. This helps with the ADA and inclusive playground that's part of the grant for that, and the safety of the kids too. They're still in the beach, but it's a little bit more kind of secluded. It also has it has an improved tree canopy in that location, which kind of helps us with natural shade instead of just having shade canopies on there. As you can see, the volleyball, and then just expanded kind of beach area with some 2 tikis, as well as that restroom out there, and the pavilion expansion, whether it's for storage that's needed in that restroom, or for a potential any other potential areas that they need to service the beach area, if it's for rentals of kayaks in the future, or even a concession stand. But it is a flexible storage space for that, as well as some additional parking that you have. Let me see if I could show it right there. And then your entrance is your main entrance will be expanded again to provide 2 lanes, one dedicated for residents and the other for visitors as well, and with the technology of plate reader. Okay. So part of your second phase, which is years 4 to 6, is the improvements to the field up front, as well as your secondary entrance, the reconfiguration of the marina just to establish a better flow for the trailers to be able to back up as well. And then and the parking spaces to kind of be more monitored better, and the back house of the amphitheater, because that is one thing that came up, was just when we have events, if that area in the back could be fixed up where there's parking and the drop off could happen of the equipment and help that flow better back there. And again, we improvements to the driving range in here as well, and then a putting help support it with like a putting course in this space in the 4 to 6 years. Okay, on your third phase, which is your 7 to 10 years, in order to do any of the recommendations of having additional pickleball courts or kind of fixing up that back area of the maintenance, we really would need to relocate all that maintenance storage area that's used back by the back of the community center, and move it to right next to the area that's kind of emptied out on I believe this is the south of the park, and right next to the village complex. And this area, we went back and we relooked at it to try to conserve as much tree canopy that's out there, but with this layout would kind of help as well, making sure the maintenance building is able to have enough storage for the equipment to be stored properly, and if there's overflow parking, could be used as well by the park in that location. As you could see, I do want to highlight there's just trails right next to the preserve, and being able to have that connection, because one of the things that popped up was that kind of came high was the butterfly gardens or just natural spaces. But you have it right next door. So as long as you have that more formalized entrance to it, and that continuing to use the next door property would be great with ascended trails. And the flow and the connectivity of people being able to walk around the whole park. Oh, I went too far. There we go. Okay, and then the last phase, which is phase 4, which is 10 to 15 years looking ahead, is the possibility of this community center, which is the only indoor space that actually is able to host the programs, and the kids could take shelter, or anybody who's using the parks at the time of a storm or lightning that happens in the park. So it would be great to have maybe possibly a 2-story building that will help support a gymnasium on the bottom, and again, an offices on the top floor, or multi-purpose rooms to support these programs that are offered here at Founders Park. I just want to highlight some of those faces. So you will see that a lot of the actual improvements are lighter towards phase 1 and 2, and then you do see bigger kind of improvements happening in phase 3 and 4 to give the time for the village to kind of plan ahead for this and look at funding opportunities for these as well. The first phase would be approximately, and this is in today's currency numbers, would be about 1.1 million, and that includes your entrance, your putting green, your beach area expanded a bit, as well as renovations to your restroom, which is one of your oldest buildings here, and renovated and expanded shelter, as well as the relocated upgrades to the playgrounds, which is currently in for a grant. And just the artificial turf, just a little piece in the driving range that would cover phase 1. And phase 2, it ranges from 1.8 to 2.5 million, and that depends on the option whether we maintain the multi-purpose field grass and we just improve what we currently have, which means we will be limited to what sports are being able to host there and the practice times. And the second option would be whether we do artificial turf that we would be able to serve. We would be able to have kind of more practice fields out there for that as well. And the entrance, the south entrance to the main entrance, as well as the amphitheater backstage parking and the marina and parking dock office renovations. Okay. Phase 3 would be the maintenance area, the relocation of all that concentrated, the airnasium. And again, this is just a covered roof. It's not enclosed. The 2 volleyball courts, hard volleyball courts for actual competitive sports, and then a multi-purpose path connection and an entrance to the preserve area next door. So that ranges from approximately 7.2 million. And then our last space, which is 11 to 15 years, would be the community center, the service drop-off, and that additional parking, and that ranges from 11.8 million approximately. Now, this is 15,000 square feet. It would be approximately 15,000 square feet of an indoor space to serve the community. Okay, and in total, these are kind of the ranges, including contingency of annual 5% annual inflation rates and 25% contingency and 30% contingency on phase 4. These are kind of the numbers we're looking at, ranging in total for everything in 15 years would be, if we strive for all this again, would be 22 million. I do want to emphasize that this is a guide, this is a plan for the future. We could pick what would be applicable. It's 10, 15 years from now, so things change. So we would be able to look back at this plan and make our, and implement these for CIP at the time that the years for CIP budget come in place. So this is a guide really, and it's a master plan to think big for the next 10, 15 years in the future. Okay, so looking at funding strategies, we took a look at your CIP, your user fees, and grant opportunities in the future, and making sure that there are different options to look at this as well. Currently, we average about 2.3 million annually, which is 327 per resident on Parks and Recreation capital improvement plans, and these include all the existing village reserves, future taxes, and user fees on that, for that. And then in the following 1 to 3 years, we are looking at from the master plan. If we were to implement different phases of it, you are looking at 1.4 million just in the first 1 to 3 years. operating cost, you average out 2.7 million annually, which is 372 per resident on that. So we do have to take that into consideration, because any improvements that you do, you always have to think of our operations and the cost of maintaining these in the future, and personnel as well. And user fees. Right now, you kind of generate about almost 800,000 coming in. And I would say if we really look into all the recommendations that we're doing, if we expand with an Airnasium and kind of provide a couple more features to the park, you could potentially look at 1.3 million of user fees coming in, especially if you expand an indoor space for programming as well. There are a lot of grants out there, and we have a list that would be able to be applied. There's about 20 million of grants out there available for parks, I would say, and different components of that. One great thing is, the combination of local, state, and federal funding, grant stacking. I know that's a practice the village actually already does, because we're getting the new upgraded playground is through a grant as well. So by all means, this is something we could apply to these projects. And now that you have a plan in place or a guideline, we could search for these grants and be able to stack them and see what we could plan and actually bring into budget for the next phases. Okay, and thank you for your time. I just wanted to highlight that there's opportunity for funding and grants for that by all means, and not having to put all the pressure on the village itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, council, do you have any questions? Deb? Go ahead.
I wanted to thank you for all your work, and I know we sit here and go, how much money? But without this on our shelves, it makes it much more difficult to get the grants and the other opportunities for any kind of fundraise. So even if we don't ever do all of it, there's pieces of this that we could and should do, and this will help us find the money to do it with. Thank you.
Don?
Thanks for all the work you did on this. Very nice presentation. Let's go find grant funding.
Yep. Steve? I'm sorry.
Well, I'm sorry. One of the main concerns that I have on your plan, though, is the work being done on the hill. That's always been considered a tropical hardwood hammock. I know through the years there's been times when village staff needed certain things done, so they went back there and made room for themselves. But that's the last little piece of this piece of property that really is still, even though it's disturbed, still has a lot of really good native plants back there. So I really would hate to see us going and invading into that. I know that I've been personally accused as being part of the Concrete Coalition, but I still like to save trees, and those are nice trees back there. So I personally like to see that stay native.
Yeah. And again, we asked, if there's another chance or location to store some of this storage area back there. Our observations was that you have equipment that's really being weathered down because you're having them exposed. So I understand your concerns with that, and we could work and see another location for that.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We need to find a good place for that maintenance stuff to go. Doesn't need to be here, but I don't think it needs to be there either. But the presentation is nice. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Steve?
Yeah, great presentation. Thank you for all the work and all the input that you gathered from the stakeholders and the community. I think there's a lot of great ideas here that we can implement, and I'm looking forward to moving forward on a few of them. Thank you.
Anna?
Just repeat what everybody else is saying. Thank you very much. And you guys took a lot of time to meet with a lot of different groups, and we just really appreciate all the work you did.
Good. I agree with everybody. I thank you very much. And I had some questions that I never got the answers to about who took the baseball field out and who took the marina out of your design, and I never got the answer, so I'm just going to let that go for now. And I do appreciate everything, but, this is a wish list. This isn't, like I said, it's a lot of money. We better have a big piggy bank, to do all this stuff. But you guys did put in a lot of time and effort, and I do appreciate it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had one follow-up, which you reminded me of, sorry.
That's okay.
Is that, I don't know why you weren't included, this whole thing was including our other parks that we have available, because that's, some of the weight of what goes on here could have possibly been spread. But we can do that in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ron, do you have anything you want to say? No? Okay, thank you very much. Aaron, I believe you're next.
Good evening, Council. I'm Aaron Cutler, Construction Management Consultant for the Florida Keys Aqueduct Authority, and I thank you tonight for allowing me to once again provide an update. I'm going to be brief with my update, but this is probably one of the most important months updates of the work ahead, so I'm going to go through that. So you'll notice from our map, that little red dot, everybody who can see that, we're quickly moving from where we started at Snake Creek Bridge up through the work zone there. We're almost out of that pink color, crossing over to reach, the next orange is basically Woods Avenue. So with that, some important updates. I actually have a little bit more pipe that got updated since this agenda. So right now we're looking at 21,408 feet of new steel transmission drinking water pipe that has been installed along this project since we started back in March. The crew is currently just north now of San Pedro Church. We're nearing Plantation Keys School and Woods Avenue. Woods Avenue, we're estimating, we did a projection on Monday based on the footage, materials, and everything that's in front of us. We're expected to be at Woods Avenue on October 22nd. And then Plantation Keys School, the MOT should reach it by next week. And just so you guys know, we've been meeting with the community, law enforcement, schools, the principals. We started this with DOT and law enforcement back in May. We've continued to, we've really increased those meetings now that we're so close. Plantation Keys School have been really helpful with us in getting our plan together, but we've had recent meetings with them, so they're fully prepared. We have a lot of materials that are being provided to the schools, to the parents, to just get everybody ready. I'm going to go through a little bit more specifics of that here in a moment. We also have been meeting endlessly with DOT on getting just every little detail ironed out on this new plan. Remember, once we reach Woods Avenue, the normal traffic control MOT that you guys have been experiencing, where it's just one southbound, one northbound, once we reach Woods Avenue, just because of the highly congested volume of traffic we have in the schools and getting the buses in and out, we're switching to make sure during the daytime that we have an additional northbound lane along with the two southbound lanes. So that's going to be implemented once we reach Woods Avenue on the 22nd, and I'll go through a couple more details on that. So basically our work zone, I think one important thing to keep pointing out, because everybody has the experience back in March and April when the directional drill for Tavernier Crossing sat there for 3 months and didn't move, and traffic was a really difficult situation every day. The one bonus we have this time around is that work zone can be 1,000 feet to 3,000 feet, depending on what the side streets are within that zone, but it moves like every 3 to 5 days. So that it's not stuck in one spot. So as one intersection may be affected, which I'll step you guys through some of it, it's, within 3 to 5 days, we're moved off that intersection and we move forward further. The other thing to point out I think it's later on here, but we've been having really, really good coordination with law enforcement, Monroe County Sheriff's Office. In our plan, once we reach Woods Avenue, we're going to deploy up to 4 additional officers at key intersections just to make sure local traffic can move through while we're trying to keep the overseas highway traffic moving as well. And just a couple other reminders on this. FDOT does, in some areas, they're going to restrict the left-hand turns through the work zone. And we do have some FDOT blackout dates. One I want to point out, FDOT has been supportive of us gearing up for Fantasy Fest, which is going to be, I think the highest volume we're predicting is the Thursday and Friday before Fantasy Fest, which would be October 16th and 17th. Right now, our contractor is going to have everything prepared as if they have to get off the road, but if they're allowed to install pipe through the 16th and the 17th, we're going to hit our dates that we're projecting to be in front of the schools. And part of that, without getting into all of it, is some of the coordination with Plantation Key School. They use Gardenia to get parent pickup drop-off through that zone, and we want to try to hit the Palm Avenue, Royal Ponciana intersections right on Veterans Day holiday, November 11th. And if we're able to install pipe through the Fantasy Fest those 2 days, we'll hit that just perfect. So that's what we're targeting. FDOT is supporting us, but if we get a big volume of traffic for Fantasy Fest on the 16th and the 17th, our contractor will have to remove MOT. But we have a plan in place for that. And then the boat races, which are November 3rd to the 9th, that's already solidified. There'll be no MOT, no work. So everything will be off the road for that week of the boat races. There it goes. Okay, so these are some of the key intersections that we're coordinating with the community, and I just want to show you guys. Down at the bottom, one of the things that we're navigating through is that's Plantation Key School at the bottom there where it's mentioned, and it shows the bus loop. We're putting a plan in place. You know, Woods Avenue is, when parents go to drop off their kids at Plantation Key School, they come out of Woods Avenue, and then when that gets backed up, they continue out of Palm Avenue or Royal Ponciana and then Palm Avenue. There's going to be a time during that school zone MOT, we're trying to target around Veterans Day, where the zone, because there's transitions to get these lanes closed, they'll block both Royal Ponciana and Palm Avenue. During that time, which we're estimating somewhere around Veterans Day, we're going to be working with the school, and maybe even sooner if it's needed, to allow for, after buses leave the bus loop, that parents, southbound traffic can exit out of there as well after the, instead of further congesting up that area along Gardenia. So that's a plan that's in place now. We're working with the village, law enforcement, and schools to help with that. But each of these intersections, again, Woods will always, there will be no restrictions. Royal Ponciana, there's going to be a couple, which I'm going to show you. Palm Avenue, and then when we get up to the Bessie Plantation and Sunrise up there, there'll be a couple more. So you can see one of our plans, just to keep Woods Avenue, and I know that's a main thoroughfare to get out of that Key Colony neighborhood and getting the parents to be able to drop their kids or pick their kids up. That will remain open. We're going to position one of the officers. There's already going to be an officer at the Woods Overseas Highway. We're going to position another officer at Woods and Gardenia to help seeing if the traffic's is backing up too much. Then we'll try to implement parent traffic back through the bus loop, or we'll also send them up to Palm and Royal Ponciana when those are available. Now, on this slide, without having the full traffic control plan up here, which would confuse everybody, I want to just kind of show with arrows when the pipeline, this isn't through the whole work area, but when the pipe is directly in front of these intersections, there's red arrows and green arrows. Green arrows kind of represent what we will be able to do, and red areas are representing what we're not going to be able to do when the pipe work is right in front of there. So for instance, on Royal Ponciana, they're going to allow southbound traffic to enter into the community there, and they're going to allow northbound traffic to enter in at those key times. But you won't be able to come out of there, you know, and turn onto Overseas Highway, so when it's directly in front of there. Now, the hope is during that time, Palm Avenue, for a portion of it, will remain open without any restrictions, but there will be a time when both of them are, and that's where we're going to need Woods Avenue to flow, and we'll also hopefully implement some of the things that we're working with Plantation Keys School for that bus loop. Same thing with Palm Avenue there. When we reach that area, you'll be able to come in, go out, but northbound won't be able to turn left, and you won't be able to turn left into the community as well.
Aaron, while you've got that up,
Yep.
exactly where is the pipe going to be going?
Yeah, let me show you. Without having a pointer, basically the red portion of those arrows that you see parallel with Overseas Highway,
Yeah.
that's a pretty good identifier of where the pipe is.
That area there?
Correct. And David, would you agree there?
The inside northbound lane.
Okay.
And what we did to that, because we're keeping a northbound lane open, which at the beginning of this project, as it started, the traffic control plan didn't have that. Also, the pipe alignment didn't allow that. We actually redesigned, you know, in construction, got things over, changed, you know, with utilities in the way, but just did what we had to do because DOT and the community made it clear based on what we experienced during the directional drill that there was just no way that we were going to get through this area without providing an additional relief. So that's what we've worked on for months. We're at that point so that we will have the northbound lane as well as the two southbounds. But this is just, it's a difficult area to get through. The good news, as I go down the rest of the way here, we're thinking we can, if we get through there October 22nd, we have, you know, we lose that week for the boat races, but by the first to second week of December, we're all the way through this and we're connected to the directional drill, and then we're out of this, this difficult location. So that's the goal.
We'll still be able to use the old road through all of this?
Yes, sir. Now, there's like, this is an example where you won't be able to cross over necessarily on this Bessie intersection from Old Highway. And you can see kind of from the arrows, you'll still be able to turn north and still be able to turn south on Old Highway. But going across to get to Plantation from there, and for people coming out there, you'll be able to turn right out of the community, but not left. And just like people coming from the marina up there will be able to turn along Sunshine, but there will be several restrictions. And that area right there, they think that's going to be about a 6-day window. But when that is being installed, we'll have Palm Avenue open, we'll have Royal Ponciana open, Woods will always be open. So everything behind us gets paved like that same week. So that's what I want to continue to stress, and I think that's what people are concerned is this isn't going to be the full area taken like during the drill. These intersections will, for the most part, be done one at a time. So yeah, this is a better display of, let me drop my pencil here. This is a better display of coming off Old Highway at that particular intersection when the work is passing through that center lane area. You'll be able to turn out of there just to head north, and the people heading north can go into there, but you won't be able to come out and head south, nor will you be able to enter in from if you're heading southbound or crossing through it, because it'll be closed through the middle where the pipe is being laid. So again, we passed this out to the community, but it's just really helpful with people understand DOT restricts most of the areas except for key side streets and intersections, most of them that have flaggers or that have law enforcement there for people to cross through the MOT zone. I know that tends to create a hardship for businesses, and that's some of the most concerns and complaints that we've got, and we've tried to manage those. But people that need to cross over to get to a business that's on the opposite side of the road, they have to basically drive through the traffic control MOT zone, turn down a side street, turn the opposite direction, and head back. So that's the biggest inconvenience that we have to deal with. We continue to just, I mean, there's a number up there, how many calls, and we go to each business, we talk with them, we meet on site when they need it. Certain people have deliveries and things like that that we help them manage. We're doing the same thing here. So we really, I can't stress enough how much we appreciate everybody's patience and support. And this kind of, everybody's seen this. This is just the installation process. I don't want to step back through all that again. And with that, that's all I have. I want to open up for any questions from the council.
I know you were trying to ask the question, Deb, go ahead.
That's okay. When you were talking about DOT and the restrictions for Fantasy Fest, that is actually the weekend before the parade. So if I heard you right, there's leeway that you may be able to lay on Thursday and Friday. DOT will let you?
Yes, ma'am. What they did last year as well, but this is based on volume. We have it in our permit that if traffic stages up to a certain point, we have to remove the MOT.
Okay, but you didn't have it for the following Thursday and Friday, which is the weekend of the parade.
Yes, ma'am. And I think the reason they do that is they measure the traffic volume. There's that rush of people to get down to the Keys the week before, but during the week of the parade, there's not as much volume through this area. That's the numbers that they got on why. And there's still traffic, I'm sure, but it's, yeah.
Their counts are different than mine.
That's who gives us the direction, though.
Steve, do you have anything? Anna? You guys are doing a great job, so I'm thrilled with how good this is going. Anything else, Don, or we did?
What she said, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aaron.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Now here comes our captain, who I heard got another title today.
Oh, my.
Oh, my.
I think we all need to stand up and applaud.
Please don't, please don't. Thank you, though. Good evening, everyone. Happy to be back. Captain Lisa Quintero with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. Welcome, everyone. I'm here to talk today about the traffic flow changes on Plantation Key Colony to add to what the aqueduct is just sharing with us. Like I said a couple of months ago, I started this project a year ago when I was at Halloween night at Plantation Key Colony, and I thought, wow, we need to make some changes and we need to make the area just a little safer. So with that, I'm all set, ready to go. I'm going to read the public service announcement in case people don't follow social media. But we are displaying this public service announcement on our Facebook page, on the Islamorada social media pages. We're going to share it in the Keys Weekly. We're going every single week coming up. You'll have the public service announcement. My contact information is there. If anyone has any questions whatsoever, please contact me, and I'll walk you through and answer any questions you may have. So basically, this is on the temporary traffic pattern changes, and it's to all the residents and motorists. This announcement serves to inform you about the upcoming changes to traffic flow in the Plantation Key Colony neighborhood on October the 31st, 2025 on Halloween night. The changes are scheduled to begin about 5 p.m. and are expected to last about 10 p.m. The purpose of these changes is to reduce the congestion in the neighborhood and to provide a safe environment for our trick-or-treaters. All vehicles will remain to the right side of the cones, and all pedestrians are going to remain on the left side of the cones. I'm working very closely with Islamorada Public Works, and we're going to set everything up for that night so that everyone can have a better understanding. We'll have message boards, and like I said, all of our officers will be present at the time, directing traffic. All vehicles entering Plantation Key Colony will utilize Royal Poinciana Boulevard. And I'm sure everyone is wondering, wait a minute, the aqueduct is going to block off Poinciana Boulevard. And I'm going to work together with them so that they don't have that blocked off on Halloween night. And at Coconut Palm Boulevard's vehicles will be directed to turn right or left depending on their destination. So North Coconut Palm Boulevard will become a one-way street, and South Coconut Palm Boulevard will become a one-way street from the intersection of Royal Poinciana Boulevard. Frank, can you change to the map, please? Thank you. Coming right up. The map's going to come right up so that it can make a little bit more sense to everyone. There it is. All right. So this gives you a pretty good visual as to what the Plantation Key Colony will look like on Halloween night, starting at 5 o'clock. As I was saying, all vehicles are entering Plantation Key Colony, only utilizing Royal Poinciana Boulevard until they get to Coconut Palm Boulevard. And then one of our officers are going to direct them to go right or left, depending on their destination. So North Coconut Palm Boulevard will become a one-way street, South Coconut Palm Boulevard as well. And it's only going into the village at that point. They can turn into hibiscus, jasmine, and bougainvillea. However, the only way to exit the Plantation Key Colony will be through Royal Poinciana Boulevard. So in other words, you're going to have one way in and one way out. The most important part is that I'm going to make sure that everyone understands that this traffic is only going to be open for residents only. Now, obviously, we can't tell people you can't go visit your friends, and if you don't live in Plantation Key Colony, you can't be there. However, we're going to afford people the opportunity to park at Plantation Key School, as well as Gardenia Street parking, Old Road parking, and Coral Shores. I've worked very, very closely with the school district, and they've allowed for the parking for everyone to utilize those areas if necessary. I'm asking everyone to please follow all posted signage and directions for their safety and the safety of the participants, and avoid distractions and exercise caution while navigating the area. And most importantly, I'm going to ask for everyone's patience and understanding, because as everyone knows, this is the very first time that this is being implemented. And I know that we're going to have some hurdles to overcome. However, it's going to be a lot safer, more organized, and I'm really looking forward and excited about Halloween night. So, any questions?
I got to give you your kudos. She's so passionate about this, and she does such a good job. We're very lucky to have you.
Thank you.
And I have been at my friend's house for Halloween night there, and it is crazy. And we're very lucky no one has ever really been seriously injured. So this is a step in the right direction, and I commend you. Anybody else have anything? Deb? Don?
Thank you, Cal.
My pleasure.
I've been at my friend's house too on Halloween night.
Yes, saw you there last year, and I thought, oh my gosh.
So thank you very, very much for all your efforts.
Sure, my pleasure. And thank you to the planning department. They've worked very, very closely, Jennifer and Robert Mather. This beautiful map was definitely not created by me. And I do appreciate everyone working together with me.
Well, thank you very much for everything you do for us here.
My
We
pleasure,
appreciate
ma'am.
you. Okay. Carolyn, Citizens Advisory, there she is. Parks and Rec.
And how well I remember the chaos of Halloween over there. Oh my goodness. Thank you for helping to organize it. My report for the Parks and Rec Committee is we had a meeting on the 24th of September. We will be meeting again on Thursday, the 23rd of October. We're a busy group. And one of the topics I want to bring up is there's been ongoing conversation about turf, whether it's artificial, whether it's real. And I just want to say that is being ongoing considered, but in the various forums. And when there is a vendor that is actually available to present the specifics, then that will come up at the proper way. So we're not considering it. It's just that's not today's topic. And the ballpark may be slightly separate from what is done in the park itself. But that's just to bring up the ongoing conversation. One of the conversations that we've been working on that I think you'll hear more about tonight or down the road is the adjustment of the fees into the park. And so I'm not going to give a specific report. We spent a lot of time talking about them and agreeing with many of the concepts. One of those is whether there would be adjusted fees for the residents of Monroe County as opposed to Isla Mirada. Of course, many of the people that are in schools and in programs don't necessarily live in the village. That's one of the considerations. Another one is whether there would be adjustment on the fees for people who are renters or who are hotel guests. All of that is ongoing conversation that I think the staff and that you will be engaged in. We've had a lot of conversation about it, but we're not in a position to make a recommendation. We support the conversations, and that will be coming up. We have seen the presentations from Miller Legg. One of the things we have asked is that the moving of the parks, of the public works, that be something that be an ongoing thing that's in front of us, whether it goes to some other property in the village, so that there's more place for the park to be used rather than having the Parks and Recs things. And the next big topic really has to do with the pool resurfacing. There will be a presentation on that, and the only thing that we asked was to please, whoever is signing the contract, special counsel John or whoever, that there be a very firm date of completion, and that there be penalties in the event that it is not, because if it's looking like the pool will be closed between February and Memorial Day, that doesn't mean, oh gee, maybe we'll do it in several weeks later, because we all know the consequences of that. That is part of the report that will be coming from the rest of the park staff. And the last thing I want to get to do is, I think I get to bring this up, is I get to celebrate what is really originated in this park, and that is the ownership of Alligator Lighthouse. And that ownership really belongs to the Friends of the Pool. And the Friends of the Pool started right over there in our pool with our masters group and various others. And so this is the ownership of the lighthouse. And then what we get to celebrate is that on...
Drum roll.
Drum roll. On the 13th of September was the most recent swim for Alligator Lighthouse. And that was a very celebrated event, and at that event, the event was originated in 2011. Lighthouse Larry Hurl, who many of you know, has created some of our magnificent things here, and he brought that to the attention of us. One of our master swimmers, Captain Rob Dixon, is now heading the Friends of the Pool, which is overseeing the fundraising and the renovations of the lighthouse. And of course, that's all being supported by as much as all of us can do. But here is this is one of the most celebrated open water swims in the world. And if you just take a look at the fact that this was just 3 or 4 weeks ago, and there were 320 swimmers from 30 states, from 4 countries. There were probably over 150 kayaks. And there was, of course, very extensive local organization and safety report, boats and traffic and everything. So it was a really major event. And it's approximately an 8-mile swim round trip, 4 miles out to the lighthouse, 4 miles back. And we get to celebrate that one of our local swimmers, so if I can ask our team to come on up. Dale, Margie, John. I want to celebrate on behalf of all of us that Lane Smith, one of our high school swimmers, part of our Coral Shores local family, also, I guess it's not taking away to say the younger brother, the younger sister of Carly, who won it 2 years ago and has been very actively engaged, actually was the very first woman to complete the swim. And this is from our local high school group. So, and I want to also celebrate her dad. Cale is, I believe, has kayaked this round trip at least 6 times. Something like that.
Wow.
2 girls that have finished, and so he was a part of the crew. And then we also want to thank Coach John Olson for everything that he does to get our swimmers up to date. So I'd like for us to congratulate Lane. And would you like to say anything? You don't have to. You don't have to. That's okay. That's okay. You don't have to. But we would like to take a picture if we could. So the mayor has asked
Come on
that
up.
we come up behind.
And you guys come up over on around. Come on. Let's move my chair. That way we can get at the seal behind us. Okay? No, back here.
Yeah, you come back here with us.
Good. Oh my goodness, a whole bunch of them.
Well, I'm short, so I
Cool. Wait, if I'm on a boat, you're going to be on there with me.
That's right. So we want to present this Certificate of Achievement to Lane Smith, the women's solo winner of the 2025 Swim for Alligator Lighthouse, along with her kayak supporter, her dad, and representing Coral Shores High School swim team with Coach John. So we want to present this. And would you tell us anything, or somebody else can speak for you, it's okay. Just tell us, like, how long did it take to do the swim? And
yeah, this year I finished with a time of 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 51 seconds.
Wow, that's
Wow. Thank you very much.
And it only took 13 years of training to
It's worked out a bit of
Coach John.
Thank you guys very much. Okay.
Did somebody get a picture?
I think they did.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay. Thank you.
You're
Thanks
welcome.
for making it.
yeah. And I couldn't even barely sit in a bathtub. Okay. Very good, and congratulations again. Okay. Mayor Council Communication, Deb.
Okay, this actually goes along with our consent agenda, but I thought I'd just throw it in here. We have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight that I didn't want to pull, but I wanted to recognize that it's a total of $636,000 that we received in grant money. One of them's the pool and the other one's the bike path on Lower Matt. We also have a 3rd item on our agenda that we are qualifying for, that we are eligible. We've submitted. We don't know how much money we'll get yet. I think it's important that the public knows that we're working very hard to find the grant money to help pay for this stuff, but $636,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
On the
Mike.
mayor and council communication, that
Mike.
Oh,
Mike.
I'm so sorry.
Don.
I
Mike.
forget
Mike Don.
Don, Mike. I thought
Don
you were
Mike.
yelling at Mike in the audience.
Mike.
So the one thing I wanted to talk about was this travel authorization that's coming later on tonight. It's no reason to pull that, but the reason why I'm asking for this travel authorization is because I've been approved by the Florida League of Cities to be on the advocacy committee.
Very good.
And that is one step forward in helping me advocate to other cities that are being disparaged in the same way we are on some tax dollars that I feel like we should get. It's a comment that I've made for, well, long before I was elected for council. So I'm glad that I was chosen to be on that committee and look forward to working with other cities to try to get things squared away that way. Thank you.
We appreciate you, and you're still taking the Greyhound bus. So, okay. I guess we move to the village manager. Ron?
Just one item. I want to educate the public, basically, on the communications we've been having with the Key Largo Wastewater Treatment District. We've had 2 meetings with the engineering teams from Village of Alamorada and Key Largo Wastewater. Very exciting meetings with a bunch of engineers talking. We've made some progress. We've asked for written recommendations from Key Largo Wastewater, which I've provided to the council. It's on our website. Then we asked our engineers, Wade Trim, to do response. So you've seen the response. At this point, I didn't want to have a debate or anything. I just wanted to make sure we're getting it out there. I think it would probably be advisable, once we get everything in writing, to maybe have a workshop where we can focus just on wastewater, because it's going to be an extensive conversation. But I want to make sure everybody knows that we've, I think, made progress in improving our communication and cooperation, which maybe wasn't as good as it could have been in the past. And Peter Rosasco, who's the general manager, and I have a good relationship. I know members of their board. They had a meeting today, and they're discussing the situation. We are their largest customer, And so they want to work with us, but we have some issues we want to work out. So I didn't want to get into a more extensive conversation, just to say we are talking, we are communicating, and I'm trying to get it all in writing, just so there's no misunderstandings as there's been in the past. And I'll just leave it at that.
Well, good. You know, I've been on the wastewater thing for 2 years, so appreciate it very, very much. So, John, anything from you?
Yeah, just very briefly, pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.011, subsection 8A, governing public meetings, I, as the attorney for Islamorada Village of Islands, wish to advise the village during this public meeting that I desire advice concerning the litigation of Thomas Yates v. Islamorada Village of Islands et al. In the Circuit Court of the 16th Judicial Circuit in and for Monroe County, Florida, case number 2024-CA-479-P. I ask that we hold an executive session in November 2025 on a date and time that will be coordinated in the near future and will be noticed accordingly. Attending the session will be the mayor and council members, the village manager, myself, John Quick, and special counsel Eric Stetton and Blaine Udis.
You sprung that on us, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, so you will, I guess Marnie will start coordinating when?
Yeah, we'll figure out dates. I mean, in reality, ideally, it would be before one of our council meetings, either November 10th or November 13th. But I have to confirm we have to confirm, obviously, that all 5 of you are available. I also have to confirm that the Insurance Defense Council is available before our meetings those days. But ideally, since we're already going to be here anyway, ideally, that's when we would meet.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, public comment, Marnie.
First up, we have John Weir.
Thank you very much. My name is John Weir. I've been a resident of the village for 10 years. I am a retired pediatrician and a member of the Parks and Rec Committee. And I would like to thank the folks from Miller Leg, if they're still here, especially Lumi. It was a pleasure to work with her over the past 2 years approximately, and they put in a lot of effort. And I believe they gave us a good product, and it's something that I hope all of you can endorse. And I realize this is only the beginning of the process, but I did want to bring up a couple of items early on. One of the recommendations, you heard them, was discussing the possibility of artificial turf for our multi-use fields. When they did the intake workshop for the vested interests, the stakeholders from that, they did their part. They advertised it, but it was not well attended. And the consensus that I got from the community was that the majority of members of the community would rather see it remain natural grass rather than artificial turf. So I went out and I polled parents, primarily soccer, because lacrosse doesn't start until after the first of the year, but I polled approximately 50 parents of children who play soccer, lacrosse, and other sports on those multi-use fields, and I can tell you that the sentiment was approximately 4-1 in favor of keeping it as natural grass. So that's the first thing. I believe that there's overwhelming public support for keeping those multi-use fields as natural grass. The second thing is from a cost consideration. There were no bids put out. This is purely an informal estimate, but we were given an informal estimate that it would cost $1 million to put artificial turf down on those multi-use fields, and the effective lifespan of the artificial turf in that use would be approximately 10 years plus or minus 2. Well, simple math would tell us that's $100,000 a year annualized cost. That's a lot of money. I believe that we can significantly upgrade the quality of our turf management for the children who play on these multi-use fields for $100,000 a year, and we can create a better playing environment for the children and save the village money. With respect to the injury concerns, the increased rate of lower extremity injuries is higher on artificial turf for the 4 field sports, that is football, soccer, lacrosse, and field hockey. That's why I supported artificial turf for the baseball field, but I wholeheartedly support and endorse natural grass for the soccer and lacrosse fields. And I hope that as we move forward in this, that you will also wholeheartedly endorse natural grass with upgraded maintenance. The Parks and Rec Committee endorsed the concept of the improved entranceways 8-to-1, and we endorsed phase, I know it was 3.
Thank you very much. You've gone over your 3 minutes, and we have a full agenda, so
30 seconds?
go ahead.
Okay. We endorse phase 3, which is the area that you saw over there, which is the additional pickleball courts, basketball courts, the airnasium. I believe that would create tremendous value for the community. It would give the children a greater opportunity to play, and even though it is phase 3, I would hope that we could consider moving that
Thank
forward.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Marnie, who's next, please?
Next up is Ken Thomas.
My name is Ken Thomas. I was a 20-year resident. I've previously appeared here in opposition to the proposed leasing of our green right-of-way to the wealthiest 1% of taxpayers in Anglers Reef. My opposition is not only based upon my PhD in teaching and finance at U of M and Wharton, but 5 decades of doing feasibility studies for private and public entities, including the U.S. Congress. I urge you to read my September 25th Upper Keys Weekly letter to the editor titled Islamorada's Green Reputation on the Line. This council's 3-2 vote to move forward with the right-of-way lease sets a dangerous precedent. I can only imagine the phones of local land use attorneys are ringing off the hook with developers, businesses, and special interests lining up to use our right-of-way. Once Anglers Reef leases our public property, how can you say no to anyone else? We've always been the greenest of the green keys, the most protective of our precious environment, and the preservers of our paradise for our children and grandchildren. But now, Islamorada's green space is no longer protected. It's up for lease. Instead of a sign saying, "Welcome to the sports fishing capital of the world," we might as well hang up one saying, "Public land available, right-of-ways for rent." New York City, with all of its problems, is not leasing out its green space in Central Park to private developers. So why are we? Everyone agrees Anglers Reef has a parking problem, but let's be clear. Their developer created the problem by cramming in too many homes without parking. And the owners of those $1 to $3 million units bought knowing that fact. This is their private problem, not ours. Instead of looking to us for a public bailout, these wealthy homeowners, most of them absentee landlords, have many private solutions. They can buy the nearby 31,000 square foot oceanfront property, and every local bank would be glad to underwrite that deal. Meanwhile, they can lease space there or at other nearby parcels. Hog Heaven has extra space that can be leased on their big overflow parking lot that they bought. With no public purpose, the proposed leasing of our right-of-way cannot be financially or otherwise justified. It should be rejected without further discussion. Please don't be the village council that'll be remembered for actually leasing out our green space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marnie?
Next is Jody Sarah.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. My name is Jody Sarah. I'm the executive director from Florida Bay Forever. Florida Bay was founded after the seagrass die-off of 2015, where we lost more than 40,000 acres of our seagrass in our own backyard. This loss wasn't just environmental. It struck at the heart of our local economy, our way of life, and our community's identity. We need healthy seagrass for clean water, thriving fisheries, tourism, and jobs. Our mission is to protect and restore Florida Bay through education, advocacy, and community engagement. So I'm here tonight to talk about SB 180. It takes away our control, which I will get to. Florida Bay joined 1,000 Friends of Florida signing a letter in opposition to SB 180. The law restricts local government from regulating development and infringes on local home rule authority and the ability to manage growth and protect our communities. Just a small quote from the letter. Local leaders and their residents know their communities best. In Florida, achieving a sustainable future means maintaining our greatest asset, our environment. This bill directly conflicts with your mission and our missions. Two quick aspects of this bill: it strips local control. It blocks local governments from enforcing and adapting land use rules after disasters for up to 3 years, and it's retroactive. It takes away your say, it takes away our say, and it gives it to Tallahassee. It also jeopardizes ongoing projects, restoration projects, flood management, storm water runoff. All of our concerns, we know them. Tallahassee doesn't. We know how to address that, and we want to keep that say. We want to keep our projects that we've already fought for, we've paid for with our taxes. We want those not to be at risk. We want those projects to move forward. In conclusion, Florida Bay is asking you, as elected leaders, to speak out against SB 180. I'm hoping tonight that you will choose to vote to sign on to the letter of 1,000 Friends of Florida, or you can vote to join the 25 Florida local governments who had filed a lawsuit challenging SB 180. I'm asking you to protect our community, follow your mission, and of course to protect Florida Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marnie?
Next is Joe Wishmeyer.
Need a little more room. Yes, thank you. Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. Mayor and Council, I am here tonight to discuss how unprofessional your conduct was at the last meeting while discussing Crooked Palm Distillery. While I did appreciate the extra 2 minutes that you gave to present some of the facts in this case, you made a point that we should only present facts that council members are supposed to consider when rendering your decision. While concerned citizens were presenting these facts and concerns, one council member was busy on his computer looking up mailing addresses, some in Miami, but still owning homes near the Crooked Palm, and another getting personal information about loyalty points only accessible by phone number. How is that information even possible? And calling out 2 people, and one wasn't even here, instead of listening to the concerns. Funny how these actions were only taken on people opposed to and no one in favor of the changes, yet none of those people live near the bar. Then, over and over again, we heard council repeat, "The code is the code." If that's the case, then the section 3216J that we kept bringing up stated that before any conditional use is amended, varied, or altered, the applicant shall demonstrate that a change of circumstances or conditions has occurred. What made it necessary to change? That didn't happen by the applicant. The residents demonstrated exactly the opposite by showing that the current allowable hours of operation from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. weekdays and 9 a.m. till 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday, yet currently the hours aren't anywhere near that. 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays and 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. on weekends, and they're even closed on Monday and Tuesday. Despite this, council decided it needed to extend the hours till 2 a.m. Really, what happened to the code is the code? 216J. What conditions have occurred that made it actually necessary to change, like the code states? If codes were followed, then there would not be a need for multiple variances and zoning changes just to make a property in compliance. I remember Councilman Mark Gregg stating that a variance is nothing more than a legal way to break the law. Decisions like this are what continue to divide this community. You are supposed to represent the entire community, not just a few to help with profits. We're not arguing about the decision that you made, just in the way that you went about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Marnie, is there anyone else?
Yes, we have a couple more speakers. Next up is Alina Davis.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me, Alina Davis, Plantation Key. If you're a member of the Islamorada Chamber, you all got this in your monthly packet. So this is about the affordable housing on Key Largo. And it states here that the minimum income for this property is $71,880. The school board just raised teacher salaries to $62,000 and change. So my question to all of us is, if affordable housing has restrictions due to our average Islamorada income, how do we change that? Do we call it something else so that we can prioritize it for our essential services such as police, fire, teachers, and perhaps even village employees that don't live in the village? They go to Key Largo or maybe to Layton or Marathon because it's less expensive to live there. Isn't that something that we need to look into? Is there a way around it, rather than calling it affordable housing, that we can use our funds, our money, our people to get something changed? Because it just doesn't seem right that it goes, we talk about the tourist industry. That is corporate welfare. Tourist industry, they're owned privately, they're owned by large companies, the resorts. So we need to take care of our own who do take care of us. Number 2, freebie. Monroe County just canceled the program because they said it's a taxi service, not a ride share. So Richard Clark is not going to be bailing us out at the end of this. So let's think about, can we do some sort of program that we can maybe consider assistance for the elderly in our community who can't afford a car or who can't drive anymore, or for those who are in our workers who can't drive because they just they can't afford a car. Next is, have we lost the priority to explore the expanded access for a few backcountry guides at the marina and the boat ramp? I haven't heard anything about that in months now. So where are we going with that? And then, as somebody said, Fantasy Fest parade is October the 25th, not the weekend before. And I don't care what data FDOT has, they're wrong. Thank you.
Good points. Good points. Marnie, anybody else?
Yes, we have one more. Dylan Scott.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Dylan Scott. I'm here tonight to urge the council to join the 25 local governments across the state of Florida in their lawsuit against state officials challenging Senate Bill 180. Communities like the city of Naples, the city of Homestead, town of Cutler Bay, and the village of Pinecrest have all joined together to voice their opposition to this legislation as an attack on home rule powers. From the lawsuit, SB 180 is a law that was enacted in the 2025 legislative session that represents the largest incursion into local home rule authority in the history of Florida since the adoption of the Florida Constitution in 1968. SB 180 purports to be an act relating to emergencies, supposedly designated to assist people rebuild properties that were damaged in hurricanes. But as a result of a last-minute amendment and in a classic example of log rolling and self-legislating, SB 180 goes much further, freezing all local land development regulations and comprehensive plans in restrictive or burdensome amendments to such regulations that were enacted by any of the 67 counties or 411 municipalities in Florida between August 1st, 2024 and October 1st, 2027 are void ab initio, or void from the beginning. This egregious overreach by the state is a slap in the face to the authority granted to local governments to enact comprehensive plans that take into account what is best for their local communities. Again, I would like to strongly recommend that the council join local governments across the state in order to preserve the right to act in their own best interest. When Councilman Steve Friedman brought a resolution against Alligator Alcatraz on environmental concerns to this council on July 27th, some of you shared concerns that the issue at hand was not Islamorada business and expressed fear of political implications and potential retaliation from the governor. Let me remind you, the people of Islamorada voted you to represent this community, not Ron DeSantis and developer lobbyists in Tallahassee. Do what's right for the village of Islamorada and join in opposition to amend SB 180. Thank you, and I'm really looking forward to the critically important discussion later tonight on the proposed peacock ordinances. Have a great night.
Dylan, can I ask where you live?
I live in Key Largo.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
And may I ask, do you belong to an organization? Are you representing an organization?
I'm just a concerned citizen.
Okay,
Yep.
that's fine.
Yep. Thank you.
Marnie, is there anyone else?
No, ma'am, that's it.
Okay, public comment is now closed. John, I guess we're moving to the quasi, oh, wait. Well, no one said Terry. I asked if there's anybody else. You didn't sign up, dude.
I never sign up.
Dude, you
I
didn't
just
sign
show
up.
up.
All right, we got to enforce the rules. We
Dude,
can't let him talk.
Dude, you didn't sign up.
It happens.
What do you want?
Super fast, because there's no more meetings until the first announcement happens. Is the sign is there on the board. It's the trunk or treat that is coming here to Founders Park. It's an amazing event. There'll be a few hundred kids running around the great lawn out there getting candy out of the trunks. And then if you're so inclined and you maybe have a group or organization, you want to put together a spooky spot, we're trying to bring back the haunted hayride through the conservation lot over there, which is really amazing. The line goes all the way back to the basketball courts, people signing up. So if you're interested, come on out for trunk or treat. If not, maybe scaring kids on the haunted hayride is your thing. Come on out, do the spooky spot. Get hold of Miss Annie. They're in the back. They do an amazing job making this happen for our community. It's a great event. And that's all I've got on Halloween. Now let's jump forward. Wrong shirt for this announcement. I'll change that up here in the next couple weeks. But unfortunately, the Toys for Tots drive that the Marines typically do, we weren't able to get off the ground again this year. It's quite a process through the Marines and stuff. So what we're going to do is, like we did last year, we're going to bring it forward. We're going to step up, and it's the Toys for Keys Kids. Second verse, same as the first. We'll take care of Islamorada from Snapper South. Key Largo will take care of them north. And individually, the departments and stuff will be collecting. So look for those signs. Those will be coming out here in the next couple weeks. And all those kids and toys and monies that's collected stays here in the Keys community, which again is absolutely amazing. And then the last one, because there might be some soccer moms at home watching, just so you guys know you can plan it early. The Santa Parade this year is December 14th. So put it on your calendar and call your in-laws in for the thing. And that's it. Have a great evening.
Fast. Thanks, Terry. Okay, now, John, quasi-judicial.
Yep, we moved quasi-judicial up, so I'm going to read the...
Can I ask you, that's tab 26 for us?
26 and 27,
Okay,
but
just
yes,
checking.
we'll start with 26.
Okay.
We're into quasi-judicial. As mentioned, these are tabs 26 and 27. Please be advised that the following agenda items are quasi-judicial in nature. If you wish to comment on these items, please inform the village clerk by filling out the available sign-up form. An opportunity for persons to speak on each item will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on each item. As a reminder, testimony in quasi-judicial items must be in person. Zoom testimony is not permitted. These proceedings will be handled in accordance with the village code requirements. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you do not wish to be either cross-examined or sworn, your testimony shall be disregarded. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the council to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. The full agenda packet on each item is hereby entered into the record, along with the village code and comprehensive plan. Any correspondence that was received by the village staff is included in the file and part of the record. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures in Section 30-256 of the Village Code may be obtained from the village clerk. Tonight, there are two quasi-judicial items. Again, they're tabs 26 and 27. At this time, I would like to ask anyone who intends to speak on either of the quasi-judicial items tonight to please raise your hand to be sworn in by the clerk.
In the matter in which you are about to give testimony, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witnesses have been sworn.
Madam Mayor, I'll start with tab 26.
Well, shouldn't we ask the council if they have
After I read the title,
Okay.
I'll ask them, yes.
I don't know.
The tab 26 is stated as follows. A resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, considering administrative appeal of number PLPRE 20230193, filed by Joanne M. Pereira, agent for Gino and Piera Bologna, appellant, relating to a dwelling unit determination by the Director of Planning for property located at 82935 Overseas Highway, 82925 Overseas Highway, and 82929 Overseas Highway, having real estate number 00403650-0000000, 00403630-00000, and 00403640-0000000 on Upper Matacumbe Key and legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this resolution to the State Department of Commerce and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this resolution from the State Department of Commerce. Council, before we begin, I'd like you to please disclose any ex parte communications you may have had with anyone on this tab. This is tab 26. And please include the substance and whether the person represented any group or entity, as well as the subject matter as you best recall. Thank you.
Deb?
Way back in the original days, I talked to Gino, supporting his project. I've talked to, briefly, Ross Shago. I've talked to Joanne. And I talked to Elizabeth, I don't know, a few months ago shortly, and I spoke with Ty shortly, all concerning this item.
Don?
So let's see, I spoke to Ty, I spoke to, about this item, I spoke to Elizabeth Jolin related to the issue at hand. Same thing with Mark Gregg. I spoke to Gino, and I spoke to Tony Hammond, and I believe that's all. That's all I can recall.
I need to add one.
Go ahead.
I also talked to Mark Gregg shortly.
Okay. Gino, Elizabeth, and Ty, I think, for me. Deb. Anna, God.
Gino, Elizabeth, Ty, and Chris Santee.
Steve?
I spoke with Gino at his property, and I spoke with Elizabeth, who put me in touch with Gino.
Okay. All right, Jennifer, you want to start, please?
Yes, good evening, council members. Jennifer DeBobrian, Planning Director for the Village of Islamorada. We're here this evening again on the administrative appeal for the dwelling unit determination for 82935, 82925, and 82929 Overseas Highway. The subject properties are located within the Village Center zoning district. In December of 2023, the applicant requested a dwelling unit determination for all three properties that he owns. After some research and a couple meetings with the village, we issued a determination recognizing 2 legally established market rate dwelling units and 3,456 square feet of non-residential floor area. After the determination was issued, the applicant requested a reconsideration. The planning director was on vacation at the time, so to preserve their appeal rights, they filed an appeal about a week later. Staff was not able to reconsider its decision, and the applicant has asked for that appeal to proceed. Staff's complete analysis of the dwelling unit determination is for the 3 lots owned by the applicant can be found in the letter dated June 7th, 2024 within your packet. I'll highlight some of the points in this here. The Village Comprehensive Plan, Chapter 3, Housing Element Data Inventory and Analysis, Table 3-13, Inventory of Existing Mobile Home Parks, did not include or recognize the subject property as a lawfully established mobile home park. The Monroe County zoning regulations did not allow for dwelling units without a primary commercial use, and mobile homes and trailer parks were not considered residential under the Monroe County Code. The Village Code Section 30-473 identifies certain criteria to determine the existence of legally established dwelling units. For Property 1, criteria 1 and 3 have not been met. Property 1 meets the criteria listed in criteria 2, subsections A, B, but not C. The village does not recognize any legally established dwelling units on property 1. For property 2, criteria 1 and 3 have not been met. Property 2 meets the criteria listed in criteria 2, subsections A and B, but not C. The village recognizes one dwelling unit. Although the county regulations did not allow it without commercial use, there is some indication a portion of the garage was used in conjunction with the auto shop on property 3. For property 3, criteria 1 has been met. Therefore, the village recognizes one legally established dwelling unit and 3,456 square feet of non-residential floor area on property 3. In total, the village recognizes 2 legally established dwelling units and 3,456 square feet of non-residential floor area. The applicant argues that Howells Trailer Park was licensed by the Department of Health and Florida DBPR as early as 1977. However, our code requires licensing and permits from either Monroe County or the village, and there is a significant lapse in licensing. The licensing stopped sometime in the mid-'80s until about 2013. The applicant refers to an email from the Florida Keys Electric Co-op regarding the number of meters on the property, and as many of us know, electric meters can be installed on a property for a variety of reasons. Having a meter does not mean that there is a separate dwelling unit. That is why our code requires bills or receipts from the utility company. Finally, the applicant makes an estoppel argument based on wastewater connections. The number of equivalent dwelling units for wastewater is calculated based on existing usage regarding permitted uses and structures. Uses is typically calculated by using water records to estimate ADUs. There is no connection between usage and legally established dwelling units. To succeed on an estoppel claim, the applicant must show, 1, that the applicant relied in good faith, 2, upon a material act or omission of the village, and 3, that the applicant made such a substantial change in position or incurred such extensive obligations and expenses in reliance on the act or omission that would be highly inequitable and unjust to destroy the right the applicant acquired. Essentially, the applicant needs to prove that an act or omission by the village caused the applicant to expend such a significant amount of funds that not granting them 9 dwelling units would be highly inequitable and unjust. The village is unaware of an act or omission which the applicant relied upon in good faith, which would support a claim for estoppel argument, equitable estoppel. After review with legal counsel, staff do not believe that the estoppel argument applies in this case. After the review of based on staff analysis and compliance with the village code, staff recommends denial of the appeal. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Anybody have anything for Jennifer before we start?
Not right now.
Don?
Not right now.
Okay. Please.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Lucky third time is a charm. Thank you very much. My name is Joanne Pereira from Hershoff, Lupino, and Diego, and I represent Gino and Piera Bologna, longtime property owners and residents of this community. I want to begin again by thanking you for your time and your willingness to hear this matter today. Mr. and Mrs. Bologna own 3 adjacent parcels, as Ms. Deborah Bryan just stated, which are 82925, 82929, and 82935 Overseas Highway. We're here today appealing the village June 7th, 2024 letter of understanding, which rejected the long-standing lawful development of our clients' properties. For decades, my clients have had 12 units and 3,456 square feet of commercial space amongst all 3 properties. And now the village has suddenly only recognizes 2 units in total with the same 3,400, give or take, square foot of commercial space. The LOU's determination is incorrect as a matter of law, fact, and equity. It disregards the history of these parcels, which is crucial in this case, ignores uncontroverted evidence, but most importantly, it contradicts prior village actions and ultimately violates the most fundamental principle that should guide any public body, which is the obligation to deal fairly with its citizens. The units were legally established and the village code requires that they be recognized. Under the village code, section 30-473, parenthetical B, parenthetical 1, redevelopment or rehabilitation that does not increase the number of legally established dwelling units is not considered new development and is expressly permitted. According to the code, legally established requires the existence of this structure prior to 1990, or that it could have been permitted under the zoning and building codes in effect at that time. We meet both elements, contrary to what staff report states. The record reflects that as early as 1970s and 1980s, Lot 13 and 14 were operated as Howell's Trailer Park, also known as Howell's Junction. I do have a presentation, but it's not a, I just realized that. If you could please help me with that. It's okay. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, what? Yes, that's it. All right, I can see it here. I am showing you a 1977 Department of Health operating permit number 44-90-77, which shows the site was licensed for 6 independent mobile homes back in 1977. Now I'm showing you a 1983 DBPR license, which shows 4 apartment units operating under state authority. Now this is a 1985 aerial picture which clearly shows the presence of multiple mobile homes in compliance with Code Section 30-473 D2B. We also can show you written confirmation from the Florida Keys Electric Co-op that there has been 10 separate electric meters in service at least since 1988. For Lot 15, which has 2 legally established residential units right now. That also complies with the Code Section 30-473, subsection D3A. The staff report says that these are not bills and this cannot be confirmed, but this is an actual email from FKEC that specifically says that in 1988 there were 10 individual electric meters. Additionally, the property, and it's uncontroverted that it has been assessed based on 17.21 EDUs. These are not opinions. These are hard, objective records from state and local agencies that directly contradicts the LOU reduced and baseless unit count. Contrary to what the LOU says, these uses were permissible under the 1963 and 1986 county zoning codes. The village-owned summary of historical zoning shows that under 1963 zoning, it was zoned as BU2, which allowed commercial operations like a trailer park were permitted. Under 1986 zoning, SC, which was zoned as SC, allowed for apartments under 6 units were allowed in conjunction with a permitted commercial use. Howell's Junction was clearly a commercial operation. The state of Florida licensed it as a business. Monroe County issued an occupational license in 1983 showing it had 5 employees. And I'm showing you the actual license that clearly shows that there were commercial operations in the site. That satisfied the requirements under Section 30-473. The structures were not only existing, but they were part of a business that was entirely consistent with both zoning codes. The village itself recognized this in prior actions. Now the village is stopped from denying the lawful use it previously approved. Again, let's talk a little bit about the doctrine of estoppel. Florida law is crystal clear. To establish estoppel against a government, 3 elements must be shown. The government made a representation of material fact, the property owner relied on that representation, and the owner changed positions to the detriment because of it. All 3 elements are met here. In 2018, In 2018, the village approved a site plan with 7 trailers and 1 apartment building. But there's nothing ambiguous on that. It is approved by the village on for lot 14, but now the village has essentially changed its mind. This is a formal representation signed off by the village building official, which clearly recognizes the presence of lawfulness of all units. The owners relied on that approval and was compelled by the village to connect to water and sewer and spend significant money. As a matter of fact, the Bolognas have spent over $177,000 connecting the properties to the village's wastewater system, based on the 17.21 EDUs historically built and still built to this day. Payment was done with the understanding, backed by written approval, that the existing units were lawful. Had the village not confirmed the units, my clients would have never made that investment. The village cannot turn around and say those units were never lawful. I'm now showing you the real estate taxes for Lot 15 for the year 2024, which show that for the Lot 15, there is a specific non-ad valorem assessment of $2,357.76 per year, times 2, which totals an amount of $60,121 since 2011. Now I'm showing you for Lot 14, which was $1,200. There was 2 assessments for $1,200 a year for Lot 14. And then for Lot 13, the village of Alamorada also did assess a non-ad valorem tax for wastewater for $768, billed twice per year. That amounts for a total of $112,283.41 in special non-ad valorem taxes that my clients have paid since 2011. We're not only relying on the fact that we have 17.21 EDUs, we're relying on the fact that we paid the village for all this, for all these years. Our clients have spent over $300,000 in connection, relying on the statements of the village. In this instance, the rules of fair play mandate that the village recognize the lawful established development rights of the applicants. It reassured the applicants into believing that the development of the property was lawful through its conduct. I want to cite the 3rd District case of Castro versus Miami-Dade County, which states, stripped of the legal jargon which lawyers and judges have obfuscated it with, the theory of estoppel amounts to nothing more than an application of the rules of fair play. One party will not be permitted to invite another onto a welcome mat and then be permitted to snatch the mat away to the detriment of the party induced on permitting to stand thereon. A citizen is entitled to rely on the assurances or commitments of a zoning authority, or if he does, the zoning authority is bound by its representations, whether they be in form, words, or deeds. This is exactly what the village did. They invited the Bolognas to step on a welcome mat, and then right now they're ripping it up from beneath. The LOU and staff report disregards aerial photos, utility records, state licenses, even prior village approvals. It cherry picks evidence and draws conclusions that they are unsupported by the record and contradicted by decades of history. Now, staff has submitted a report that I feel the need to briefly address. According to the report, the use was not allowed under the 1963 and 1986 code. As previously stated, the use was allowed by both codes. The property was operating a commercial enterprise that qualifies as a commercial use and complies with the 1963 code and 1986 code, allowed for residential units in conjunction with a commercial use, which clearly applies here. To say that the use did not apply with previous codes, it's misleading at best. The village further improperly states that only village or Monroe County licenses count, not state DBPR or DOH licenses. That position is both legally incorrect and contrary to the village-owned code. The Village Code Section 30-473 essentially requires proof that units were legally established, not that they were permitted on the village or county regimen. The state of Florida, through the Department of Health and the DBPR, is the agency responsible for licensing mobile home parks and public lodging establishments. These licenses prove lawful operation and were issued under Florida law. In village staff, if village staff is saying that these state licenses are irrelevant, they're essentially arguing that Florida's sovereign licensing system has no bearing on the legality of these issues. That is both factually and legally unsound. More importantly, this distinction was never previously raised as disqualifying, and I showed you the approved site plan in which the village reviewed all these documents that I'm showing you right now, and they approved it, but now they decided to change, again, to the detriment of my clients. The village further states that the electric meters aren't proof of dwelling units nor determination of EDUs along with all the licenses presented. This is essentially saying it looks like a dog, it quacks like a dog, it walks like a dog, but we're just going to decide that it's not a dog. Electric meters may not conclusively be themselves proof dwelling units, but we're not relying only on electric meters. We're relying on, again, DBPR and DOH license, historic aerial photos, occupational licenses, the 2018 approval site plan, and the electric co-op records showing 10 meters as early as 1988. Lastly, the village report briefly addresses the stopper argument. Again, I don't feel the need to address that again. I do believe that it is our position that the village asked for our clients to step on that mat, and now they're ripping it off from beneath, and it's unfair and prejudicial to my clients. They did not act based on a hunch or on a belief or an unsupported argument that they could do what they did. They relied on the acts and omissions of the village. And the acts of the village. In conclusion, Mayor and council members, the facts in this case are not vague, and they're not speculative. They are well documented, consistent, and supported by state-issued licenses, images, utility records, but most importantly, the village owned prior approvals and assessments. The village LOU attempts to rewrite history. It ignores decades of continuous use. It discounts the very licenses, and all the documents that I showed you today are not relied on that report and that decision. That is not just unfair, but that is legally unsustainable. We're not asking for a variance today. We're not seeking special treatment. We're simply asking for the village to honor what it has previously approved, what it has repeatedly acknowledged, and what it has profited from for years. The village cannot now disavow the lawful uses it once recognized. This is, again, not just a legal question. It's a matter of integrity. It's a matter of fairness. It's a matter of accountability. The village acted in a way, and now they cannot change the way that it has acted. We request, on behalf of my clients, to reverse the letter of understanding and restore the recognition of the units that were lawfully established for decades, and recognize 3 units on Lot 13, 7 units on Lot 14, and 2 units plus 3,456 square feet. I do have my client here in front of me. If you wish to ask questions, I may ask some brief questions if you feel the need, but I thank you all for your time.
Okay, before, did you want to ask something, Don?
I just I want you to recap what you're asking for. You're asking for 3 units on what lot?
3 units on Lot 13, which is 82925.
Just give me the lot number. 3 on 13.
7 on 14, and 2 on 15.
Okay.
Anybody else have anything for her before we start?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I have one on this site plan.
Yes.
I thought you said 7 trailers in a building. I count 8. Am I miscounting? Is something on a different lot? It's nitpicky. Sorry.
I believe there's 7, but let me clear that out for her.
So there's 8.
Yeah, there's 8, isn't it?
Yes, there's 8.
Is it the village approved one that you're looking at?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 8 plus the
There's
building.
8.
There's 8 plus the building, okay.
And you're
'Cause
only
that-
asking for 7. Okay, we talked you down 1 already. Thank you.
We're asking for 12 in total. That's what we're asking.
Is this, which lot is this?
That's for lot 14, but I think that
But it
I
has
should
the
bring-
building on it too.
You need to come to the front
Yeah.
if you're going to talk.
This has the building on it also, so that's on lot
14.
15. No, the
My name
building's
is
on
Gino
15.
Bologna. I'm the owner of the 3 properties. My wife and I own it. We bought it in 1986. Lot 13 and 14 is considered the trailer park. I never even knew actually that there was a address for lot 13 until this thing came up with the village. It was always 82929 because I only had 1 water meter on that property, and it was through the water company. And then what I had to do was deed perpetual use from 1 lot to the next to use 1 sewer line. Okay, that's how I found out there was 2, but they allowed me to deed the usage from lot 13 to 14 perpetually. So whoever would buy the property would be able to, they can't cut off the sewer line. But those 2 lots contain the trailer park.
Who is they made you?
The village.
Okay.
The village, when they hooked up the city sewer, before that, when I bought the place, 2 years after I bought it, the state of Florida came to me and said, you have to get rid of all the cesspits, you have to put an aerobic system in, which is a 55-foot long trench, 13 feet wide, 12 feet deep, and I had a commercial company come in, trench it all out, put the aerobic system. An aerobic system, what it is these 2 water tanks, sewer tanks, which has air irradiating in it, and that was managed through a company in Marathon. I think it was Sears Aerobic System, that was the name of the company. And at that time, then I had the license from them to offer all the units that were on the property. These units have been there, nothing's changed. I mean, some of the units have been there, 1 trailer's been there through a Lucille Ball movie. The 1 old trailer there, it's like a 1949 Marathon trailer. It just didn't pop up there. It's been there forever, since the 50s.
Yeah.
And it used to be a fishing camp, and then it was apartments and trailer parks for over 40 years that I know of since I've been there. And they asked me for the designs and the drawings for the buildings, but the buildings was built before the Hurricane Donna, which took away the structure down in Key West and took all the drawings. I could not produce those drawings. And they said that was one of the things the village said, you have to produce the drawings. I said, I can't. It's gone. That was way before I was born. I mean, I don't understand. They're asking first for a few things. Now they're saying nothing exists. And even the property appraiser came out and said the building had never changed. I've been paying on all these individual trailers property taxes. It used to have tags on every unit had a license plate. Then I got real property stickers where I started paying property tax. That was way before the village. The aerobic system was way before the village. That was the state that made me do this. I didn't make any of this up, and I paid like $30,000 for the company just to trench it. And then a few years later, I had it hooked to the sewer. It's ridiculous. And now they're saying nothing exists.
You want this?
And I even had a telephone pole, listen to this one, fall on one of the trailers, damaged a small section. They refused, and over 2.5 years now, refused to give me a permit to repair that trailer to let somebody live in it until this density problem is resolved. I think that's extortion. It was only $4,000 repair, but I can't have it repaired or I'll be fined by repairing it without a license. I've done everything they told me to do. I've even reduced some of the density on the property. They asked me to remove some of the trailers because they thought it was a fire hazard in the middle. It used to have 3 trailers in the middle of the property. If you look on the drawing there that you have, it shows like a little thing. I removed those 3 to comply, so they would give me the permit to fix the trailer. Then they said, nah, you know what? We're not going to do that anymore. We're going to wait for what they decide to do later. We're going to review it. Well, tell you what, I'm out hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
This is my retirement. I'm not pleading for your guys' mercy, okay? I don't have a Social Security thing working out. I worked my whole life on this. This is supposed to be my retirement. If you take away all my development rights, I can't sell this for anything. Think how beautiful that would be if you would sell it, somebody would redevelop it, and make something pretty here. I mean, it's a benefit, tax dollars for the community, and a benefit for sight and for people that live in the community to look at.
Okay.
All right,
Vince,
I'm gonna
we're getting off
shut
track.
up. I'm sorry, I've talked too much.
It's okay.
No, you haven't talked too much. We just have questions.
Sure, you want to ask me any questions? Please do.
Sure. You want to start?
I was going to ask
I'll
Vince
just
to
sit
put
back.
that site plan back up. That's-
Okay.
I just wanted to see that site plan.
And I asked on the site plan what lots this was, because
13,
this is,
14.
but it has the building on it, and the building's on 15.
There is the building, there's two buildings, one on lot 15, which is commercial and residential,
Oh,
building is 70.
that's why I'm confused.
The one on 14 has a building, 13 only has 3 mobile homes.
Okay. And
I'll show you-
this,
May I point at the picture?
of course you may. Okay.
You gotta ask the mayor, but okay.
I'm
Here's
just,
the
I'm just
property
sitting
line.
here, don't worry about me.
This is
I
lot
won't.
13, this is lot 14, right here. If you look right here, I'll get out of the way, right here, 13 and 14. 15 is over here with commercial building and residential, okay? It's built in the
All right.
70s. Alonzo Copeland building, I don't know if anybody knows who Alonzo Copeland is.
Yes,
They actually built that building in lot 15. You got 1, 2, 3, the water meter's here, the perpetual lease is from here all the way over to here. This used to be the tanks for the aerobic system. There was a big trench here, and I had to remove these at the time of the trench. You weren't allowed to park or drive on it. And then after the sewer system was installed and paid for, then I could put the 3 units back on. That's why it's all like this, so you knew that to run. Village said if you remove these, we're going to give you a permit to repair this trailer, which there's a pole right here. When they took the wires off, it fell and it hit a little corner right there. But they won't let me fix it because of the density issues. This is over 3 years, 2.5 years, that they will not let me give me a permit because of that. And it wasn't my fault. They took the wires off, the pole fell over. I had nothing to do with it.
Gina, I think they have a question. Let's.
Sure, absolutely.
It's still about the map. I understand 13 and 14. 13, you said you want 3. I can see 3 trailers there. Oh, please leave the map up. Thank you. 14, I see a building and I see 5 trailers.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not 7.
No, but there's 4. The apartments in the building are the units, the other units. That's
Okay.
not just one apartment.
Okay, it was, wait, please. So that building has 2 units in it.
No,
You-
it does not, it has 4. There's an
Well,
upstairs apartment, and then there's 4 meters.
5 and 4 is 9. I'm trying to come up with the number that
That's how they
you,
came up with the 17 point. Actually,
no, I'm not talking about
no,
water.
That's how they came up with it. The
I'm not
17.
talking about
They
water.
added the apartments with the trailers. And that's how I got charged.
I understand that. I understand how the water comes into that. I'm just trying to figure out the map here, because the map we don't have is the other building that has a building, the 3,400 square feet thereabouts,
Right.
and 2 more units, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That the village has
So-
recognized one.
So I'm trying to get to 10 on this. I find the 3 for the 1 lot. And I find 5 trailers. I thought you said 7 is what's on there. If
look
there's
here,
2
yeah.
that
1,
is
2,
part of the building,
3, 4, and 4 and
then that gets you
There
to
is 8.
7.
They're saying, if you look in their conclusion thing here,
On which, where?
the last page of their appeal, the conclusion, lot 14, they're saying 7 legally established market rate dwelling units. They're saying 4 apartments. So they're
Correct.
saying there's 4 apartments in this building
4 apartments in this building.
And 3 mobile homes.
and 3 mobile homes.
If you
But-
could just, when the council's speaking, if you could let the council speak, sir.
So there's.
So
if
they're saying there's 3 mobile homes on this lot and 3 mobile homes on this lot. So they're saying there's 6 mobile homes, but on this picture, there's 8.
Right. That's my confusion.
Right, that's what I'm trying to
That
say.
is
And they're trying to
exactly
say
my
that there's
confusion.
4 in here.
Can I answer?
So
There's
this
4
doesn't-
units in there. If it was
These are
only
not
3,
matching.
if it was 3 and the 4 inside,
Right.
that gets to 7, that's fine. I was just
Connected to
trying to
the
make
sewer,
this,
those 2
That's where I
This
was
makes
just trying.
sense.
Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
where I was just trying to
yeah,
clear that.
no, and I appreciate that, but something just doesn't add to 2.
I,
I'm next.
Okay, so we're trying to lawfully establish some things here, right? We're trying to look and see, how do we know there's 4 apartments in there? How do we, I mean, I see that license that you showed me, and it says apartment.
Yes.
It doesn't say S, it says apartment, A-P-T, and it says 4. Does that mean 4 units? Does that mean 4 bedrooms? And how do you know what the answer to my question is?
May I show you the photo?
Please?
It says 4 units on top of class apartments and then units 4.
Okay, so that's,
little box says
that box means that there's 4 actual units, not 4 bedrooms.
No, 4
Okay.
apartment units.
And that building was built when? Was that building built?
That building, I'm pretty sure it was built in the 40s.
Okay, so
I
which,
wasn't around when it was built.
which one was built in the 70s?
Okay, that's lot 15.
That's the other lot. Okay,
That's
so
the
let's stick
commercial.
with these 2 lots for right now.
Okay.
This state license that you filled out here, this license for the Florida State Department of Health, application for mobile home park housing, migrant farm worker lodging from 2013. This document, you have this this is in your
the packet.
presentation, right? Okay, and it looks to me that you filled this out, Gino, because I see your initial under mobile home, it says 5 with your initial GB. It says 5 on here as an official document that you signed. It says 5 mobile homes and it says 3 RVs. Is this lot 13 and 14?
Yes, it is.
It is. Okay, so your document here in 13, you admitted that you have 3 RVs.
They considered one of the mobile homes an RV, the one that used to be a Lucio Ball, but then they reconsidered and said that's a trailer. And that's why they gave me a real property sticker for that unit.
You could
I went down there, they gave me a sticker to put on the trailer, and then that's called, and they said, that's, because it's so old, it's not an RV, that's a trailer.
Okay.
That's what they told me when I did the taxes.
Okay.
With the stickers. So there is, just like the original, 6 mobile homes.
Okay, I got a couple of
And the
questions
RVs
for-
are connected to city sewer.
And then I've got a couple of questions for Jennifer. How should I do this?
I have not a clue. This is almost out of
Yeah,
control
we
here.
still have not done
I
any
know.
public testimony.
I'm
to it.
trying, but, you know.
So I should wait to
Can we-
answer these questions, or?
I would recommend it, yeah.
Okay,
I
fine.
would too.
That's fine.
All right. So can we move on to 4 first? And if we have, we'll come back to you guys?
Perfect.
Okay? Marnie, in favor?
The only speaker I had in favor was Mr. Bologna.
Okay, against?
Elizabeth Jolin.
I'm surprised here.
Well, Elizabeth Jolin, Isla Mirada, Florida. I am against Jennifer's recommendation.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I was
Oh,
confused.
so I'm for.
That makes sense.
I'm in favor of the appeal. Thank you for that clarification. So it should go without saying that I appreciate your work and your willingness to wade through these details. You're in the position to right some wrongs that were made regarding this property before anyone here on the dais was here or even employed by the village. This was a problem that preceded you, and now you get to unwind it. We're seeing these cases come up time and time again. Mayor Mahoney just experienced something like this, and I think we're going to be having another conversation about this after this one's over. We're going to see it again here with Mr. Harris. It seems an administrative error was made when the village incorporated and this trailer park was overlooked. You have before you a mountain of evidence provided by the attorney to indicate the existence of these properties, operation, and we all have been driving by this for the last 30 years. We know it exists in this capacity. The most compelling argument here is the estoppel case, where the rules of fair play mandate the village recognize the lawfully established development rights. When you have a village employee approving a site plan for a property which designates a certain number of trailers and commercial space in a separate apartment building to move forward on sewering, would that have been the point where Gino should have what? What should he have done then? Investigated the employee's qualifications to make that determination it's asking a lot of a property owner. Because he was asked to spend almost $200,000 then to sewer his property, and he's been assessed for that ever since. I think what we're doing here tonight is correcting a number of administrative errors. And again, you know, this group will continue to have to unwind these errors that were not on you or this staff. Sharon had one of these errors that was corrected. She benefited from equitable treatment, and I absolutely hope that we can do the same for this individual. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Marnie, so she's for, then is there anybody else for? Now
there's
we're
no
two
one-
against again?
There's no one else
Okay.
to speak at all.
All right, so now, council, we can start with your questions. Steve, do you have anything, or
Not right now.
Anna?
You guys go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Don. Yeah, there
Okay.
is a lot.
It is a lot. It is
It
a
is a
lot.
lot.
And, so, Jennifer, I got a question for you if I
So do
can.
Sure.
A couple of them.
I'll do my best.
On your analysis, you said that the inventory of existing mobile home parks did not include or recognize the subject property as a lawfully established mobile home park. Who developed that inventory?
That was developed when the village created its comprehensive plan in 1899.
And
Was
so we
prior to
don't,
me.
do we know who actually developed that inventory, though?
That was prior to me, I don't know.
And is there copies of that study or that inventory anywhere in the village records?
Yes,
There is?
yes.
Okay, and,
It's in your packet.
but why did they, right, but why did they not include this mobile home park?
Again, I was not here in the village of Islamorada. I can't answer that question.
Okay, so.
You were here, Don. You might be
I
able to
was,
answer
I
that
want to
question.
let you know, I was.
It's your fault.
And I want to let you know that there was also an inventory done on hotels.
Yes,
And
that's
they
correct.
missed about 6 of them. And the hotels had signage in front of them and big, billboards in some of them. And there was, I think I took that to Ty at that time when he was planning director and wrote down the 6. One of them happened to be a piece of property I was working on, and 5 of those got on the list, but I was working on, didn't get on that list, so I don't know that that list is really correct. Also in the next paragraph, you said that the Monroe County zoning regulations didn't allow for dwelling units without primary commercial use. Mobile home and trailer parks were considered residential under Monroe County Code. What year was that?
I believe that was in 63 and 86.
63 and 86?
Yes, sir.
And in your experience, have you found any permits that were issued for mobile homes in the 60s, 70s?
Not in my experience.
No, right. I can tell you from past experience and knowledge that the county didn't issue permits for mobile homes. They issued permits for trailer tie-downs. They didn't care about mobile homes back in the 60s and 70s. They actually had a inspector, and that's all the inspector did was mobile home trailer tie-downs. That was her job.
We would have accepted a permit for a trailer tie-down if they had submitted that.
But didn't the village recently, well, before your employment, maybe during Ty's employment, maybe before Ty, we had another clerk that boxed up a bunch of stuff, and y'all were in that building over there and got rid of a lot of stuff that they didn't feel was important. Were you here then?
I was not here then.
You weren't here then.
No.
And I begged and begged that they didn't get rid of those things because everything was important. But there were downstairs enclosures that were approved that they got rid of because they weren't important. There was a lot of records that were destroyed, including some very important books that I call the purple books, and still can't find those. And they were extremely important. I kind of have a problem. I'm going to move away from you for a minute. I kind of have a problem with lot 13 and 14 with, being an incorrect number of spots on here, and you're asking for 7, but we're counting 8, and the 4 apartments in there. And then a document that Gino has from 2013 that says that there's 3 RVs. And RVs aren't houses, right? So I don't know if Gino actually signed this and initialed the fact that he corrected it and said with his initial that there's 5 mobile homes. That helps me come to see what a number is on that piece of property, but I think I automatically discount the RVs because they're not mobile homes. And RVs can't be considered a dwelling unit.
You done?
No, I'm not done, but I can wait.
Well, that's okay, keep going.
I appreciate the license for Howell Junction and the fact that the state did look at it as 6 independent mobile homes. And I think that's a good document to have. And I thank you for answering me the question on the number of apartments in there. I think I'm done for right this minute.
Okay, do you want to jump in there, Deb, or?
Sure. See,
okay.
I'm also having, that's why the water site plan is, I see 8 on there. If there's 4 inside the building, that's 12 right there, and that's not counting the 3. Oh, that is counting the 3. But there's 2 more on the other lot, and there is the document here, and the licensing, I understood that there was 4 units. And this is lot 14, this license, it says 4? Or is this lot 15?
If you're going to speak, you need to come up.
14 and 15.
Okay.
14, correct?
This is 14? 13, 14?
Because
Okay.
at that time, I never even knew there was an address for 13.
Yeah,
They came
I
up with the
understand
address when they
that,
hooked the city sewer.
Okay.
I never knew of the address.
I
I mean, the
understand,
day
I
I knew the
understand
village.
that.
Okay.
I understand that, but, and the map looks like it's sitting on 14.
Right.
That's the
And-
reason
and
I
e-
said
And
14.
even
That's
the
fine.
water meter, it's,
We're
That's
good.
fine. And I understand you had the water meters, and I understand that to have 17 point, I forget what it was, 3?
17.21.
4?
2-1.
2-1 was the laundry room.
Somewhere like that. 17 point
17.
something.
17 and something.
17 something as EDUs issued by the village. It can't be just the building and 2. Not that we did, I believe what Jennifer did, followed the code, followed it right, but 17.21, whatever it is, 17, mathematically doesn't work for 2. You would have had to have a car wash there or something else, and that's not true. We all know that that's not true. So I'm struggling with, I'm not struggling with the fact that there's discrepancies here, but I'm just struggling with how we get to a number, okay? I'm sure I'll have some more going on here. Let me look at what I made notes on here real quick.
that's why they got 1.219.
The assessments were put on in relationship to that 17. That does show that you've been being charged the water assessments. Those are all water assessments, and they were 2 pieces because that's the way the village billed it out, is that we did the one section and then we billed for the second section. So the fact that there's 2 on each tax roll doesn't surprise me at all. That's the way it shows.
Just to explain myself, it wasn't that I was saying that it was overcharged. I was just trying to emphasize that it was the number times 2 times X amount of years.
X amount of years. Yeah. And the number that you put out there of shy of 200,000, 177,000, that's a believable number for those amount of years because of the fact of what I had to shell out for the stuff that I owned during that time. So, I don't doubt what you're saying financially or some of this. I'm just struggling to get with exactly how many because I know how things grow.
Okay, I think Jennifer John wants to say something. They're trying to get a word in.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there's just a couple of things I want to address, because if the appeal is upheld and you overturn your planning director, this has to go to Commerce, and Commerce is going to look at this, and they're going to look at the evidence, and they're going to look at the code. So I want to make sure it's clear, because there were some statements that were made that the code says one thing, and it's just not correct. So I want to make sure that you have that information, so that when you're making this analysis, you have everything in front of you. There was a discussion about that the state licenses, that those can and should be accepted under the code. Under our code, this is, and I'm looking at section 30-473D1, that talks about the criteria when you look at whether there's establishing a dwelling unit. It talks about, it says a permit or other official approval was issued by the village or Monroe County. It doesn't say a state entity. It doesn't say any other governmental entity. So that's the parameters that your staff has to analyze this, and that's the parameters of the code in terms of what the evidence can be used to support. So a state licensure does not fall under the Monroe County authorization, nor does it fall under the village authorization. The discussion with regard to the EDUs, there have been an argument that, well, there's 17.21 EDUs, that must mean we have more units. Again, under our code, this is a definition under 62-34, it defines equivalent dwelling unit, or EDU, and it talks about, as I think we all are aware, a system capacity equivalent unit corresponding to an average wastewater flow of 157 gallons per day. And then it goes on to say, this system capacity equivalency unit may be utilized to establish the water and wastewater demand for the purposes of assessing or imposing rates, fees, and charges. That is what an EDU is able to be used for. It's not able to be used for anything other than how are you going to be assessed for usage. Like Councilwoman Gillis said, if you've got a car wash, and it's at your, like a home car wash, you've got one unit, but if you're using a lot of water, the village is going to make you pay for that. We're not going to foot, the residents are not going to foot the bill for somebody running a home car wash. I'm not saying that's what's being done here, but I think that's a good example. So I just want to make sure, because these are things that Commerce is going to look at. They're going to look at the estoppel argument that was made, and I do take issue, serious issue, with the statements that were made about extortion, integrity, as though there's a lack of integrity, and cherry picking evidence.
Yeah.
The site plan approval or the site plan that was presented, I want to make sure we're clear what that is. That is not a development order. That was an application for a sewer connection plan. It was not an application for a development. It was not an approval for a development, and in fact, in a sewer connection plan for that permit, planning doesn't even review that. So it never even goes to the planning department. So the issue of, were there enough, did they have these rights to actually have these units on there, never came before planning. So that issue was not there. So when we're talking about applying fair play and pulling the rug out from somebody, we're not. That's not what's happening here. In fact, what's happening is, it seems like you're saying, can I use the restroom in your house? And then somebody says yes, and then all of a sudden you're saying, well, that means I get to go sleep in your bed tonight too. And that's not what happens. It was a request for one thing, and everybody knows what it was for, but it's not a development order, and that is a very important distinction that needs to be made. So when you all are considering these, I just want to make sure that you address those issues, because Commerce is going to ask us those questions, and they're going to say, Village, if you approve this, defend this and tell us why. And we're going to need the evidence in the record to support that finding for Commerce. So if that's the avenue you're going, I'm just asking, I'm going to need evidence in the record to support that based upon the provisions in the code.
He wants to say something. Wait a second. Let me ask you a question. Those 4 apartments, how many upstairs and how many are downstairs? Are they all upstairs?
1 upstairs and 3 down.
Okay. Also, Jennifer, I know from my own experience with my property, it was considered non-conforming, which means it wasn't in the code. It didn't fit.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I also was told that, and tell me if I'm right, when you say licenses and permits, if my business that I had on that property wasn't active for a year, it sort of takes it off the table. Now, since he hasn't had a license or permitting for till 2013, doesn't that make this trailer park null and void?
That's correct.
There you go. That's my problem. Let me just finish. I'm 27 years next to your trailer park. There has been RVs there. There's been crime there. It is not a very well-maintained piece of property, which has nothing to do with anything. But I'll tell you, over the 27 years, I'm 2 doors down from you. I have seen people living in all kinds of stuff. So I have a hard time with this plan when I have never seen it looking like that. So I'm confused on, and I know this is big for you because I know what a TDR sells for, and I get it. But at the same time, I'm looking at a piece of property that has not been well maintained, and I'm having a really hard time justifying something that has just, I've seen RVs there, I've seen people sleeping in 7, 8 people in one trailer there. Because I've gone over there and spayed and neutered your cats on that property. And I've seen just the thing change and no consistency. So I'm having a hard time with, you didn't have a license till 2013. Doesn't that take the trailer park off the table? Jennifer?
I'm sorry.
Doesn't it take it off the table that it was not conforming anymore?
Yes, if you have a pre-existing non-conforming use, you have to maintain that.
Is that what this is considered?
It was considered that. You had to maintain that. If you abandon that use for 365 days, you lose that pre-existing non-conforming status.
That's what I thought. So,
But,
go ahead.
but the fact that he didn't have a mobile home park license doesn't abandon those mobile homes.
True.
And John, I got a question for you. You said, quoting the code, permit or other official approval was issued by the village or Monroe County, right?
Correct. That's
And
what the
so
code says.
is this official approval by the Monroe County Health Department saying that there are 6 independent mobile homes? Something that it is Monroe County? Because it's not a state. This says Monroe County.
Which one, where are you
That's the
looking?
license that says Howells Junction, mile marker 83, and it actually says that it's granted on November 4th of 77 by Monroe County Health Department.
This one.
The top one. So that is a Monroe County approval that recognizes back in 1977, 6 independent mobile homes.
I don't see where it says Monroe County. Oh, County Health, I see, Monroe County Health Department.
I still have the license. I never let that license lapse.
I'm asking John a question right now, Mr. Delona, but that's okay. Just hang on.
Sure.
And it does say approval shall be obtained from the county health department and the Department of Health and Rehabilitation prior to any increase in the number of something or other something. So I can't read that part. Or alterations to the trailer. So that is a county approval.
Well, what is this? I'm trying to see, it's a health. I'm trying to see if, I mean, it's not a permit, obviously, so I'm
Well,
trying to see
yeah,
if it's an
because they
approval.
didn't issue permits for mobile homes back then. They issued trailer tie-down permits or approval for, I mean, their permits were really sloppy in the 60s and 70s.
Do we have a copy of
It
the
does
other
say
side to see?
this permit grants authority to operate the establishment. It says a permit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this is a permit for. I mean, it could be an employment, like a permit for employment.
I don't need the
If you have the original, I would appreciate it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the top of this was
Okay, yeah,
cut
'cause it's
off,
cut
it's a
off, yeah.
little bit problematic.
Let's see, Steve and Anna want to say something
Sure.
here to you guys. I mean, the
See,
side is
but
dead
see, here's,
quiet.
so Don, here's the problem up on the top. With a cutoff portion, it says State of Florida Department of Health and Rehabilitative Services. So while it is signed by a district administrator, it's the district administrator for the state. This is not the county. This is the state. That's the issue.
Well, it does say Monroe County Health Department.
It does, but it's issued by the state of Florida. It's right on the top, State of Florida Department of Health and Rehabilitative Services. So that's the issue. It's an operating permit from the state. That's the problem.
Okay, so, okay, Anna or Steve? Hit your mic if you want to talk.
If I may respond real quick to what John previously stated, he advised that.
But wait, so they're gonna have a chance for closing?
I'm trying to get these two to have.
Yeah, so I think we should, right now, we're in the council discussion portion. And you're able to consult with your lawyer. Once we close that, then I think it would be best to
Okay,
go into
so
the closing, and they'll obviously have.
We'll call
ample
you guys back up then. Let these two talk. They haven't had a chance. Steve, do you have anything? Oh, go ahead.
Don't both of you talk at the same time.
Well, I'm just having a hard time getting to the numbers that they're getting because, again, I'm at the same spot that you're at with an RV does not equivalent to a
Right.
market rate TDR. It just doesn't.
A house, a home.
A home. It doesn't matter. It's not the same thing. And we're saying there's four. How big is this building? To have one upstairs and three downstairs? Huh?
It could be
Yeah,
a
but-
big apartment upstairs.
Yeah,
you know, and
but
three
that's what I'm
downstairs.
saying. One upstairs and three downstairs?
I would have guessed 2 and 2, but
That's what I'm asking. Like, and there's so much. We have licensing and we don't have licensing. There's so much all over the place. We have gaps and stuff going on here that I'm just having a hard time getting to the same numbers that they're getting to. It's just not the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. I'm coming at this more from the fact that what are we pretending not to know? I don't believe that the applicant has, put on new units, spent all this money, time, and effort to hook these units up, paid into the system as he was told to do, and not realizing that there were gaps. I think it's up to the municipalities and the counties to maintain those documents, and unfortunately, some of them are lost in storms or in dumpsters. So, I think it's an unfortunate situation that we have a chance once again to right a wrong from something that has been a long time coming. It's unfortunate that it doesn't meet current standards, but I happen to agree with the testimony and understand that we've got to be fair to this person. That's just where I'm coming from.
So how many units are you thinking there is?
I was counting 10.
How do you get to 10?
is that 10 plus the building, right?
Is that 10 on on all 3 pieces of property?
Yes.
And how do you get there?
Let's see. I think the application was asking for 10, wasn't it?
I know that, but how does the evidence
12?
give us?
12 then. 12.
That's what I'm trying to
That's-
figure out, is how
that's
do you
the
get
problem.
to 10? I think I can get to 6. I look at this one document here from the property appraiser back in 66,
What lot's that?
and that's on, they don't put lots
Oh,
back
yeah.
then, right? But even, it really shows one apartment up there, 600 square feet. It could turn into 2, it could turn into 4. But I look at that layout there that was done in a 66, it looks like, this
Yeah, I saw that
document
one.
here.
Yeah.
And you cheat a little bit because I can't see that good, so I use my magnifying glass on my phone. And I can see that it's 600 square feet. And then it shows the garage, it shows the carport and the garage. But I don't know how I could get to 10. I don't see 10. I see a document that Gino signed that says there's 5. I mean, right, and even on this one here that's a printout, it says 5.
There's a second one that matches
Yep,
this.
right.
Another lot. I haven't found it yet.
Well, I only see this one document, so I don't know how I can get to that many. And it'd be nice if there was some kind of approval of that one building that was built in the late 70s. As many permits as I dug through, being the building official for the county and for Islamorada, I could find stuff back into the 70s. I couldn't, for permits for buildings. So it seems that there would be a permit for that 1977. I get the license that they have in there that says that it was a business. I mean, I remember there being an auto shop in there. I remember Stacy Krupa being in there with her place. And she was downstairs that they've kind of closed in now. That used to be a garage door on that one side, but that's not there anymore because things just kind of happened. But I can't see, I mean, I see documents in here that go back to say maybe there's 5. I don't know.
Steve, do you want to justify?
No, appreciate it.
Okay.
Well, right here in this, on the property record card, also for lot 14, in 2023, there was a permit for a demo of 3 RV electric hookup poles. Remove water and electric from sites, capping off the wastewater back at the main line of the RV spots.
Right.
So, right there, that eliminates the RVs.
Yeah.
So do you want to, you guys, done with our discussion? You want to ask them some questions, or want to stare at the pages and try to figure this out?
Anna, may I ask what page that was? Show me again where.
Right here.
On the property
that
record
one?
card?
This one here. On lot 14, I
If you
got
go to lot
marked
14,
13.
go to the back
See, I
page.
didn't get them all marked. I get lost in this book.
Right before all the diagrams.
Yeah.
I recall, mobile homes had 2 things. You could declare them as real property or you could declare them as not real property. So they either had to have a license or they were real property. And I recall when Monroe County made them do that and they had to apply to the county, to the tax collector, and they got a sticker. It was a black sticker with white writing that said RP. And you put that in the windshield and that was real property.
Yep.
I can tell you a secret that you'd go up there and you'd have mobile homes or RVs and you'd go to register them every year. They'd ask you which kind of sticker you wanted.
Yeah, they didn't care.
They didn't care.
And the county
They did not
the
care.
County building department didn't care as long as it was tied down because.
Right. I just don't know how we get to
I
a
don't know
number.
how you get to the number.
That's
I'm
my
stuck
problem.
on the licensing.
Well, that's in a whole nother.
I know.
When you've got an RV, a mobile home park that we all know has been there. I mean, Howell's Trailer Park has been there since I moved here in 1977. I know it's been there and I know that it's been full of trailers. And the county didn't care.
Nope.
But how do you get to the right number?
And there were trailer next to trailer next to trailer.
Yeah, they
there.
were
Trust
packed
me.
in
But
like
they've always
sardines.
been. Yes, it was. And there were things there that weren't legal either, so I have an issue with that. Not that that has anything to do with anything, but it sort of does.
So I need to ask Jennifer a question.
Go ahead.
About the licensing. The large gap that we have, 20 years, I think you said it was, did that start when Gino bought the property, or does that start after he had it and then it lapsed?
You got to wait
Hang
till they're
on.
done, and then we'll recognize you
Write
again.
down your notes so you know what you want to say.
Yeah, good.
I'm looking at it. I'm looking it up. Hold on one second. Oh, you have it right there?
Yeah, there's a warranty deed in the packet from Anna Howells to Gino S. Bologna. It's dated February 3rd, 1988. It's recorded at, looks like official record 1040 at page 2477. It's in the packet, but it's not numbered, so I can't.
And
Yeah, I remember seeing it in there.
I don't know that we had an exact date when the licensing stopped, but it's sometime in the mid-1980s and then started up again in 2013 is when we
Okay.
could find records.
So, not knowing the law is no excuse. We all know that from driving. If you don't know the law, the officer is not going to say, well, I'm sorry, you don't know the law, so therefore I'm not going to give you a ticket. Not knowing the law is no excuse. But it also sounds like potentially there could have been a gap because he bought it and he didn't know that you needed a license. I don't know. And you could tell me anything tonight. And I don't mean that as offensive as it comes out. But there is that possibility that when it changed hands, nobody said, oh yeah, you got to go get that license annually. And it was only recently that, did you find it?
No, he's trying to talk.
No, I was just going to point out that the deed that I read, I just noticed it was for lots 13 and 14, so I wanted to make sure that it was,
Okay.
I can't find one for lot 15 right now, but I wanted to
Okay.
make sure that.
13 and 14 was considered the trailer park, I think.
Yeah,
so
I just want to make
that's okay.
sure that I didn't misspeak.
And I wanted to clarify the bit on the water usage. I know what our code says in using the EDU count, and that, you're not supposed to use that, but it needs to count for something, the fact that it was there. It is not an approved thing, but it's all those pieces put together, and that's where I see our job is to try to put those pieces together. I was just trying to figure out the lapse in the licensing.
Jennifer, let me go back to that one part, the second paragraph under analysis, that the Monroe County zoning regulations didn't allow for dwelling units without a primary commercial. Do you recognize the commercial building that we can see from US 1 on lot 15?
We recognize one commercial building. The lots, to me, I don't know the lot numbers, so I don't know.
The one furthest to the north?
To the north.
That's on 15.
It's
Lot
to the north.
15.
Yeah, yes. that's
You
the one we-
recognize that?
Yes.
And so you recognize that, and so we've got a commercial building that you recognize,
Mm-hmm.
and you said the county code didn't allow for dwelling units without a primary commercial use, so
Mm-hmm.
we've got a primary commercial use. So we can then say that the county code did allow for mobile homes or housing residential uses on there because there is a commercial building that you're recognizing.
Yes.
And we do have a license in there in the record that shows that there were employees, which would indicate that there is a commercial building or commercial entity of some sort with 5 employees, right?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Well, no, I don't- I don't
I'm
know.
sorry, what?
Say that again. I was reading. What did you say? I'm sorry.
So we do.
I don't want to say yes to something
We do
that I don't agree
recognize
to.
there was, right. We do recognize that there's a commercial entity, a commercial building there, and it did have employees and. Right.
Yes, that is
Okay.
true, yes.
And the code did allow for mobile homes or residential units if there was a primary commercial use.
Yes.
Okay. So that helps me because now I've got a document that says there were 5 trailers and I do have a commercial use. So that helps me on
That's a different lot.
15.
Yeah.
And which lot is that on?
That can't be 15.
Huh?
That can't be 15.
That's
They were
not
bought at
15.
different- They were bought at different times. That's 13 and 14, I think.
13 and 14 were bought in 1988. Lot 15 wasn't bought till 1999.
Okay.
So,
10 years?
yeah, it says
Wow.
sales 428.99 was for lot 15. Lot 14 was 2/1 of 88. And 13 is 2/1 of 88.
So we'll call it the mobile home park was bought as one, 13 and
13
14
and
was all
14.
bought together. And then the additional building and lot was bought 10 years later, which has a couple units on it. too.
And
Which
who
he's
owned that?
referencing.
Do we know who owned 15 when it was bought?
It might be on the property.
I don't think we have that warranty deed in here. It's in the deed. We can look it up. Well, it's probably too old. No, it might not be.
So are we saying that 15 was never really part of 13 and 14?
Never apart.
Never
Easy
apart?
Never.
Never apart.
They were never
Never
separated.
together.
They were never together.
Never together.
So 15 stood on its own
Yes.
with its commercial use,
Yes.
and it had no
Residential-
trailers on it.
Residential and commercial use.
Okay. So that doesn't help.
That's what I'm saying. I
That
don't think
doesn't
you
help me
can,
there at all.
I don't think you can't put that together
can't
because
put those
that's a
together.
separate entity.
Right. So that doesn't help. Because now, if there's not a commercial use, and Jennifer's saying the county code never allowed that,
May I add something?
Well, do we know the building that's on 14, the building that was on 14, not the one we're recognizing as a building, but the one that was on 14, was it, I understood there was an auto shop there for a while or something.
No,
That's
that's
15. That's
15.
15.
Oh, that's 15.
That's 15. I don't even know where the building is on 13 or 14.
it's in the middle.
It's in the
I
center.
walked over there and saw it. It's in the middle.
Well, that's the one that they reference back to the 4 units.
Yeah, but
Way back.
I thought maybe prior to it becoming an apartment that it was
I
a
think
business.
No.
I think it's
'Cause they
just always
do a
saying
lot of that.
apartments, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was ever a business, from what I remember.
They could, was trailer parks considered a business?
Yes, and we actually have the license, and I showed you the license. We even had 5 distinct employees. It was a complete, it was a
That-
commercial business dedicated for the trailer park, so, correct.
That's not the body shop. Or the.
So the commercial business for lots 13 and 14, it's unrelated to lot 15. The commercial business was the actual occupation, the county occupational license, which was issued, and I can show it to you, but you have it in front of you, in 1983, with 5 employees clearly distinguishing that there was commercial business in the property.
For the trailer park.
And for the trailer park. And if I may,
On here, I'm having trouble finding the lots that it refers to, and I know you said they doesn't come with lots. Is there anything on the bottom, because we're missing a little bit of it? On the original, he had the original with him.
Well, but it does say Howells Junction, which is was what that property
Oh,
was
that's true,
called.
that's what it was called. Never
Correct.
mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, never
And
mind.
in order
We
to
got what we got
help
it.
you guys with the numbering, the thing is that nowadays, as Mr. Bologna stated, now we're differentiating lots 13 and 14, but it used to be essentially combined. So what I showed you shows 10 units for lots 13 and 14. So it's in total the same that I'm asking, which is 3 units, 4 apartment units, and 3 mobile homes. So it's 6 6 mobile homes and 4 apartment units, which is shown in the licenses that I gave you. It's 4 apartments and 6 mobile homes. The thing is that they were all combined for Howard Junction, but it's in total 10, which is the same number that we're asking for lots 13 and 14, which is 10 units, 3 units in 13, and then in 14, 7 units in total, 4 apartment units and 3 mobile homes. They match the number of the licenses that I provided to you.
But the license that he signed right here said 5 mobile homes, 3 RVs, and in 2023, he demoed 3 RVs.
the reason why that demolition was requested by the village was when he approached, in order to fix the front of the park. That was,
But the number is 5 and 3 is 8.
it's essentially 6 and 4, which is 10.
building, Dawn, that's supposedly?
The licenses that I showed you is 6 mobile homes. Can I show
I don't believe, I don't know how it's.
They're not there. Can you give us a second, please?
Yes, of course.
I mean, how big is it?
Hang on.
How big is what?
That's on,
That extra lot, or that extra building?
that's on lot
14.
14. Hang on a thing. The building is 1362 square feet.
And so you're getting 4 apartments.
And they're showing,
You're getting 4 apartments in there.
the downstairs is 30 by 20.
They can do that.
So that could be, yeah, that could,
13.
yeah. And then the upstairs is,
Right here.
Oh, I pulled that page.
12, 20.
I just don't see how it fits.
Originally, I thought that was an RV, considered.
20 by 30, 20 by 30 as well.
And then they gave an RP sticker.
I don't see it.
The new, right now, the current property appraiser says it's 1362 square feet. The printout that we have in the file. 1362 square feet. It actually calls it a manufactured home, though. It's not. It says it's multifamily R2 on there, so it could maybe, you know, they might have been looking at it as one up and one down on there.
1362 divided by 4. We have 4 apartments, that's 340 square feet.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
too small.
And there's,
No, they would be efficiencies, but you could do that.
you could have done that, yeah, but
You could
there's
have.
no,
There's no evidence of it. I'm
Right,
just saying
exactly,
that, but
right.
it is feasible.
That's ridiculous. I just think it's.
but Monroe County in this document saying, the one that's in the file, basically is saying it's a duplex.
Yeah.
One up and one down, 2 floors.
Yeah. So how do we believe it?
2 floors, condition is 4.
Yeah, it is poor.
Yeah, and they say manufactured home.
Yeah, I know.
Exterior
Right.
wall CBS with 2% wood frame.
I didn't even know it was a building. I thought it was a trailer.
And then when you look at these apartments, the part of the code that talks about looking at an aerial and seeing what, you're not gonna know, you're just not
You
gonna know
can't
the
see
building's
what's
there,
in- you're
that
not-
it existed. It's not gonna help us with the number. So Jennifer, I got another question. If a trailer park is licensed, then that is the commercial entity, right?
Under Monroe County Code, mobile homes and trailer parks were considered residential. They were not considered commercial.
Even with even as a commercial entity?
The zoning code considered them residential.
The code says that a trailer park is residential.
That is correct.
Okay. So you'd have to have some other use on there to,
Make it
so that
commercial.
one's kind of accessory to the other.
Correct.
Okay. I don't know. I guess maybe we ought to just hear closing arguments or something and move on. I knew this.
You guys
would
have
take-
anything else?
I knew
for
this
her?
would take forever too.
I know, me too.
Yeah.
Do you want to ask them any questions? Do you want to do your final closing then? Go ahead.
Okay, so a little bit about what John previously stated about the fact that we requested the connection. That's entirely false. The Village of Islamorada mandated the connection. So it's not that we asked for the bathroom and we wanted to sleep in anybody's room. It's just that the village as an entity and the fact that zoning or planning did not approve or did not review doesn't have any bearings in the fact that the Village of Islamorada as a governmental agency or entity, requested my client and mandated my client to connect to water and sewer. I understand that there's difficulties in understanding the numbers, but as I can show you from behind, the numbers are, there's 10 distinct units for lots 13 and 14. It's 6 independent mobile homes for Howard's Junction and 4 apartment units. That's the same number that we're asking. The thing is that now we're dividing it into lots 13 and 14, 3 and then 3 and 4, but essentially is 6 mobile homes and 4 apartment units, which is exactly what it's currently and what we're requesting. There's no change. There are the licenses. We disagree with Jennifer's statement that per the Monroe Code, a trailer park or the mobile home park is considered residential. That's the zoning, it's considered residential. But there's a business license that we are showing to you right now again that clearly identifies that there is business activity, which supports the fact that there was business activity and we were allowed to have the trailers. We're not talking about zoning. We're not talking about whether the zoning allowed for residential purposes or not, and whether that was residential purposes or not. We're talking about a business entity or whether there was commercial activity. And there was undeniably commercial activity, which is the requirement by the Monroe Code. So once again, we do believe that our clients relied on the village's actions. They relied on the village's demands and obligations to connect to sewer. We did not request that. We would not have spent over $300,000 in connecting. We all know the history. You all know, I believe that even better than I do, the zone or how the property looks nowadays and how it has looked in the past 30 years we have spoken. So those are the facts. The village staff, the staff report and the LOU disregards the history as it was stated before. It's a systematic of wrongdoings, but at the end, the council members have now today the opportunity to fix all those wrongdoings and allow for my client to have, as stated, 3 units on lot 13, 7 units on lot 14, which is comprised of 3 mobile homes and 4 apartment lots for a total of 10 in where Howard's Junction used to be, and then 2 units and 3,456 square footage of non-residential space for lots 15. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm confused on the 4 because it only shows 2. So you keep saying 4, but yet it says 2.
I was going to address that in my rebuttal.
Oh, would you please?
Let her finish.
Oh,
Are
I
you
think.
done?
Where are you saying? I'm sorry.
Well, I was going to let Jennifer answer, but Deb jumped in there. So where are we?
Yeah, when the applicant or the appellant is done, Jennifer will present a closing argument, but Jennifer shouldn't go before they're done.
I thought she was done. Are you done? Yeah, no, I'm done. Okay, she's done. So.
All right, perfect.
I didn't think she was done. Okay.
Perfect. So first, I did want to just address, we keep talking about building with 4 units in it, but I just wanted to note that the 2 buildings that we looked at on all 3 of the properties, the only permits that we could find were a permit, well, not even a permit, the property record card from 1961 on property number 2, which I don't know what lot number that is, but we're calling it property number 2 in our dwelling unit determination, shows a 2-story building with a single-family residence with 3 rooms. So it's a single-family residence. It's 1 unit. And then property number 3 shows a 1 building and is a permit number C-233, which was issued in 1974, permitted a 2-story building with a 2-bedroom single-family residence on top and a garage storage on the ground level. So there is no 4 units that were ever permitted on any of the properties. So I don't know where that came from. So that's the first thing.
That was C what?
It was permit number C-233, issued in 1974 from Monroe County.
Okay, so that's probably the commercial building where Stacy Krupa was on lot 15.
I believe so.
Yes.
Because the C-233 makes sense in that area.
Right.
That number makes sense for that. And the property appraiser would have probably recognized it as 77 because that's when it got done, CO'd, they recognized it. So permit issued 75, CO issued around 77, probably put on the rent roll, or the tax rolls. So C233
So-
makes sense of a two-story.
So go back and tell us the number again that you have with permits.
So again, on the property number 2 is just from the property appraiser's property record card from 1961, shows a 2-story building on property 2 indicating a single-family residence with 3 rooms. That's all it says.
So it's one apartment then?
And then property number 3, a permit number C-233 was issued in 1974, and it permitted a 2-story building with 2-bedroom, single-family residence on top and a garage and storage level on the ground level.
So there's only 2 apartments on the whole property?
Correct.
And not 5, 6? What are we saying here? I'm
Correct.
sort of confused. So you said 4 in one, and how many did they say in the other?
2.
2? So that's 7. So we're down from 2 to 7. 7 to 2.
And then I just wanted to address the comments
Go ahead.
about that we were ignoring the history of the property. My job as planning director and staff for the village is to review the code and to issue dwelling unit determinations based on the established criteria and the village's land use development regulations. That is what I did. It has nothing to do with I'm ignoring things or I'm cherry picking information or I'm not, I'm closing a blind eye to what I drive by every day. That has nothing to do with it.
Right.
My job is to look at what the code says, and that is exactly what I did.
I don't disagree with that.
I don't
at all.
disagree with that either. Okay, so, can I ask a couple of questions about 15?
Go ahead.
15 is the one that we kind of know as Stacy Krupp is building. And on that lot, they were requesting the commercial square footage and 2 units. One being the apartment upstairs and one being a mobile home, trailer, something?
I'm actually really confused right now as to what they're asking for, so I don't,
Okay,
I'm probably not the
so
best
that-
person to ask what they're asking for, to be honest with you.
On their conclusion, it says for property number 3, which is the lot 15, they're asking for 2 legally established market rate dwelling units and 3456 square foot of non-residential
So it's
floor
only
area.
one.
So we
That's
don't know whether those 2 legally established is 1 apartment and 1 mobile home, right?
No, they're saying
There's no
one
mobile
building.
home on that?
One
I thought
building,
there was
period.
1 mobile home on that.
No, 1 building period there.
It's just
Can
1
we,
building.
can we eat this elephant then one bite at a time?
Well, that's what I was going to try to do.
Can we all agree then on lot 15 that there is a commercial building with 1 unit?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we do
Yes.
that? Okay,
Yes.
so we got that out.
There's no, I can't find it, you're better at this, I can tell. I can't, there's no mobile home on lot
No.
15,
No.
correct?
Correct.
Correct. So,
Just the
yes,
building.
I agree then, it's 1 with the
Okay.
square
Yes.
footage.
Okay, so lot 15, we've got the commercial building and 1 unit.
Yes.
So let's move to lot 14.
Wait.
No, this-
Sorry, I was
Go ahead.
just
No,
going to
go
remind, under our code, once we enter deliberations, there's no
You're
further
done.
presentations unless it's requested by council. So I
agree, and we're going on what we have as fact, not what you guys are saying, so let us finish, okay? All right, so let's go to the lot 14 then.
I don't want there to, John, have we done what you think is, we've had testimony, we've had closing arguments, we get to just talk now?
Yep.
Exactly. We're in the
Okay.
deliberation stage, and this is for council and council
Yep.
only.
Okay.
If you have questions, you have the discretion that you can ask people questions, but it's not, we're beyond all the testimony.
Perfect,
Okay,
thank you.
so let's
And
go to
you're done.
14.
You're done.
Yeah.
You've closed and all that, and you're happy with what you've done. Okay. So
So-
now we don't have a problem there.
So let's go
Okay.
to 14.
So now let's go to 14.
The next part of the
Actually,
They should
we-
kind of be in
if
a
we go
bind.
by the testimony, we
Yep.
combine them, 13
Okay,
and
then
14.
do 13 and 14
Right.
together, which gives us 1 house or 1 apartment. That's what they're showing, correct? Not
Yeah,
4
yeah,
buildings,
because
not
if,
4.
look, if I go back to this, if I go back to the original, this old drawing that I'm looking at.
With your
I-
magnifying glass.
With the magnifying glass, I can only see probably 1 apartment
Me
on
too.
there. It just, and that's in that old building that sits in the middle. right?
And Jennifer said one building, 3 rooms.
Yes.
Is what she said.
And I could see, and I
Yeah.
could see that, I
permit.
think I personally think the intent of this license was, it was an apartment with 4 rooms. I don't think it was 4 units. I don't think it was 4 unit, whatever maybe the unit meant that it was rooms. I don't know.
I don't,
There's a license here and there's a drawing here that goes back to 66.
so knowing what I know from dealing with these people, that it meant units. It didn't, they don't count rooms. They don't count rooms. I understand what you're saying, but
This drawing doesn't even really show
Yeah, no.
the second floor on it. It shows 1 floor.
yeah, that one does, yeah.
But the picture in here does show, that's that one there. It does show a ground level and a back porch and a second floor. And that's 61 and 66. God, I wish we kept
So-
better records back in those.
I know. Okay, so then how many trailers?
So let's finish the building. Do we all agree? We need to come to an agreement on what we think is in the building.
I don't agree there's 4, that's just me.
Well, yeah.
And you do, so there's.
No, I didn't say
That's-
that.
well,
I
I'm just
said,
saying.
what I said is that my experience with the Department of Regulations, that 4 means that there was 4 units.
But I see only 1 stairway going up.
Well,
to here.
I don't doubt that. I'm just
Yeah, I
saying
know, I
that
know.
they don't go in and count bedrooms.
Well, and just because that's what that says in, 1960 something, that doesn't mean that's what's existing either.
83.
83, whatever it is.
Just because
A
that's
lot
said
of
in
years
what?
ago.
Say it again.
Just because that's what that had at that time, that doesn't even mean that that's what's sitting there now.
Oh, that's true. That is very true.
So,
So do we think it's a 2-story building?
Well, it's
Or
a
what?
two, it's a 2-story building in 61.
Would we believe that there was 1 upstairs and 1 downstairs?
Yeah, I could believe I could believe that
I
there
can
was
believe
1
it's
unit
2,
down
but
and
not
it's
4.
2 units.
yeah, I could go with one up and one down, for
One
sure.
up, one up. 2 bedroom each.
Yeah.
I think that's what that 4 meant.
Okay,
So,
so let's just, right
So-
now, leave that and go to the trailers.
So the building, could we all agree that there was 2 apartments, 2 units? 1 up, 1 down.
Yes.
Steve?
I could get there.
Yes.
You can get there? You don't think there's more? There's no less?
I think that they've been using it as more.
I think if there was 10 bedrooms, they would have been using them. Sorry.
Okay, so. let's
Okay,
move to
now the trailers.
Right.
Uh,
I see 5.
I'd say 5. I'll go off of 5. I mean, this says 6 independent mobile homes, but at the same time, that was in 77, and there's another document that says 5 mobile homes.
And that was in what?
And that was after
More
some
recent.
demo took place
Yep.
and.
The RVs.
Whatever, so.
This was in 13.
Yeah.
This is more recent.
Yeah, which,
So that's 1.
So over the course of years, sometimes a mobile home gets pulled off and an RV gets slid in its place. So this might have been true in 77, that there was 6. But when he did the application this year, he said that there was 3 RVs.
Correct.
and you can't go off of anything that the property appraiser says as far as year built, because that's just when the trailer, that's
That's
the
just
age
when
of the
the-
trailer,
yeah.
not when it was actually installed. or-
Placed.
Yeah.
And we all know trailers can come and go
Come and
real
go.
quick.
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, so do we have anything here that we can move forward with?
Well, it's either 5 or 6, in my opinion.
I'm not
It's
going to
either
be any
5
more
or
than
6.
5.
I agree. I'm sorry?
I'm not going to be any more than 5.
I can't get more than that, yeah.
I mean, he states himself 5.
Yeah. So that would be a total of
But you-
8 between the 3 lots.
Yep. Can we get there, everybody get there? Steve, are you? I can. Are you with us?
I'm with you. I'm following.
You're very quiet over there.
I'm paying attention.
He's doing his homework or something, looking for fish. Please make me shut up. Okay, so do I have? 5's okay with me. Do we have a motion or a second or anything? Do we want to end this misery, or we want to keep going?
Well, what's the total number that we're talking
It
about?
would be 8.
So we need to recap it, that's all, right?
It would, the recap would be
So the
one
combined for
unit on
four-
lot 15, a two-unit apartment on 14, and then between 13 and 14, 5 trailers that we might be able to get to.
And are we,
Based off
are
of
we
the
considering
testimony
those
that was presented.
market rate or affordable or?
Oh, they weren't deed restricted.
Well, I
Yeah.
wish they were all deed restricted as a
They
formal,
were,
and
I know.
maybe that would
That's what they
even help me get even better there, is that we recognize them, because they are workforce housing. It's
Correct.
really
They were.
the-
That's what,
the
that's
last
what it is.
bastion of workforce
It is.
housing there. It's not
No,
residential,
not at all.
necessarily residential units. It's-
Right. That's
And
truly
if
what
we
it
were to
is.
transfer a mobile home off of that, a mobile home park, that has to transfer as an affordable housing unit, I think.
I think it is.
According to the
That's
code,
what I was
if it
just going to ask
recognized that
Jennifer.
way.
Yeah, I believe so, although it's, I mean, it's not recognized as a mobile home park, obviously, but,
Right.
but yes.
So can we get to 8? Are we good with that?
Jennifer, if we recognize those as 5 mobile homes that we believe have been on that property based off of the evidence that's presented and all of the other stuff, if we recognize those as 5 mobile homes, then according to the code, if they transferred off, would they transfer off as an affordable unit?
Currently. That's not a question I can answer right now. I need some time to
That's
look
a
at
good
the
point.
TDR
That's a really
code.
good point. Unless it changed, it's my limited memory that that's what happens when it comes off of a mobile home lot, mobile home park.
Right.
That it can't become.
But is that just based off of the zoning, or is that based off of?
It's based off the zoning. It's
It
not,
is based
yeah.
off the zoning.
Correct.
And the zoning
And-
there right now
and-
is
Is Village Center.
Village Center.
Yes.
We've had
Wait a
this
minute,
discussion of that may have not been appropriate to do that years ago. And we did it on, what was the trailer park behind the post office called? Oh, yeah, I forgot. I don't know that. I can't remember that. I just had it. Peaceful
Peaceful
Palms.
Palms.
Thank you. Who threw that out there?
It was Peaceful Palms.
Peaceful Palms. This is when that code came into existence. Because there were so many of them in there. It was mixed property too, RVs but if you took it off of the property, it became an affordable. I think. But
Based on the zoning, it would be market rate. They wouldn't be required to transfer them as affordable. With a couple.
based on the zoning.
Correct,
say that
with a
again?
couple of exceptions.
But those exceptions are not affordable,
But not,
they're
they're
caretaker
caretakers'
cottages.
cottages.
Okay, so they're market rate by zoning. All right, so we've got 5. Plus an apartment. We have 6 market rate, right? Okay. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing? Our discussions, that we're coming up with 6 market rates, the 1 apartment and 5 mobile homes
Yeah,
on the 2 lots?
Yeah, whatever number, if it's in Village Center, they would transfer off as market rate. They wouldn't, unless it goes into a couple
Yeah,
where it could
well,
be caretaker,
yeah.
where it'd be limited to
Okay.
caretaker.
Yeah.
But like if it transferred from Village Center to
There's no
like
way to make.
R1, it
No,
would be
that's
market rate.
Okay. I don't know. I guess we can. Is it in the new comp plan?
Look, I know that has a box that she has to stay in, and the
Yes,
box,
she does.
and the box has forced her to say, to come to the determination. But I think that there's enough historical knowledge up here to know that records have been lost and counts haven't been made correctly, and that there's been units that have been there for year upon year upon year, and there's enough evidence in the record to show that there were there were things there. I'm not going to say that they were all mobile homes and or the residential units that are being asked for, because we all fully know that a 600 square foot box can turn into 2 or 3 units pretty much easily over the weekend. I think it's the right thing to recognize that there has been some units there, and I think that the evidence shows that there's some things in there that could be considered mobile homes and not RVs. And after the discussion, that I'll make a motion so I would make a motion that based off of the evidence that's presented and what we talked about in the deliberation, that we end up with 8. Lot 15 has 1 unit, lot 14 has 2 apartments, and then 13, 14 combined has 5. So.
5. And the commercial square footage of 3,456.
And the commercial square footage that you've already recognized, it rightfully so. So I would make a motion that we find a way to lawfully establish a total of 8 units there, and I wish they were affordable housing units.
So do I. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Go ahead, John.
I was just saying, just as part of that, can I ask that it would be, the appeal is granted in part, would be what it would state.
Okay.
The
that's
appeal is
it.
granted in part.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And I accept that. I was just going to ask you, but that's not the vote that was supposed to be in front of us.
That was hard.
It was whether or not the appeal was approved or not.
Yeah, so you're
So-
granting it in part.
So we're granting it in part, and we're providing direction. Is that, so you're okay
Yeah, granting in
with all
part and
that?
recognizing the number of units and square footage that was just specified. It was 8 units, and I can't remember the square footage.
Okay.
John,
3456.
Go ahead.
does that go to the Department of Commerce then?
Yes.
It will, because it's overturning the planning director. And so, yeah, it'll get sent up to Commerce, and
So they could say no, right?
Commerce could, yes, Commerce could.
So everybody knows that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Marnie,
Big
then,
brother watching Big
would you
brother.
call the roll, please? And John, you have it right, what we're
You
saying.
have the vote the way we needed to say it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so to clarify, Vice Mayor Horton made the motion?
I did.
Yes.
And who seconded? Was that
I did.
you?
It
Okay.
doesn't matter.
They tied, but
Oh,
Okay.
It doesn't matter.
All right. So Vice Mayor Don Horton?
yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Ann Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
yes.
And motion passes 5-0.
Okay, that was fun.
Can we take a quick?
Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break, and I do mean 5 minutes. This isn't Buddy Pender here, so yes. 5 minutes. This is now Sharon time. Nobody Pender.
Who's in the back kitchen?
Who? Sue Miller, get out of the back kitchen. Okay. Where's Deb? Come on.
She was just here.
I got to put a bell on this council. Where did you go? All right. All right. Okay. Ooh, no, we have the other. I said it. I almost. We have the other kumbaya thing to hear. Oh, yes. We're going to be out of here at 10. Okay. John?
Yep.
Next
All
quasi.
right.
Let's go.
Ty knows he's got a minute and a half, I told him.
Okay. Let's go.
We're on tab 27, resolution of the Village Council of Isla Marta, Village of Islands, Florida, considering administrative appeal of number PLPRE 20250068, filed by Ty Harris, PA, agent for Brian McGrain, appellant, relating to a dwelling unit determination by the Director of Planning for property located at 107 Carroll Street, having real estate number 0040069000000. On Upper Matacumbe Key as legally described herein, providing for the transmittal of this resolution to the State Department of Commerce, and providing for an effective date upon the approval of this resolution for the State Department of Commerce. And Council, before we begin, if you will please disclose any ex parte communications, including the substance that you may have had on this tab, and also please include whether the person represented any group or entity as you best recall.
Okay, Deb?
Ty, and he's a lawyer.
Don?
I think I only spoke to Ty on this issue. I
You
don't
sound
think I spoke to
disappointed.
anybody else.
He sounds disappointed. Anna?
No. Yeah, right.
It's gotta
I'm
be
left
somebody.
out. No,
Somebody
that's all I
forgot.
can recall, seriously.
That's all right.
I've only spoken to Ty, and it's about this issue.
Well, I'm left out. I didn't talk to anybody. Steve?
Nobody.
Okay. Yeah, uh-huh. All right. I believe Rob? Nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Good evening, Council. Rob Mather, Planning Review Engineer. So I'm here today before you to discuss the dwelling unit determination for 107 Carroll Street that's being appealed. 107 Carroll Street is an 8,000 square foot lot with a 1,459 square foot ground level structure constructed in 1958. The property currently exists in the Settlers Residential Zoning District, and the historic zoning was RU3 Multiple Family Hotel Motel District. In 2017, the property was previously the subject of a pre-application conference PC-17-06 under previous owner where a dwelling unit determination was performed, and the village issued a determination that there were 2 residential dwelling units existing on the property consisting of 1,459 square feet. There was no appeal to this determination. In June of 2025, the applicant has filed for a dwelling unit determination requesting recognition of 3 residential dwelling units. Staff applied village code procedures and conducted a thorough review of past records, historical permits, prior county zoning regs, and application submittals, which led to the village issuing a determination recognizing 2 residential dwelling units on the property, consistent with the 2017 determination. The way we conduct these determinations are by applying Section 30-473D of Village Code. There are 2 criteria evaluated to determine the number of units or non-residential floor area contained on a property. Criteria 1 is very simple. A permit or other official approval exists. A permit or other official approval was issued by the county or village, which shall be proof that the units were in existence in April 1990, or if a certificate of occupancy was issued after. We did not find criteria 1 to be satisfied because of the lack of historical permits. So we move on to criteria 2. There are 3 separate sub-criteria in criteria 2 that must be met in order to recognize a unit. 2A can be satisfied with utility invoices from FKEC or FKAA that clearly indicate by separate meter that the unit was being served in April 1990. Alternatively, a Monroe County property record card can show the existence of units in 1990. In their request letter, it was stated that the property was originally permitted as a duplex, however, the zoning was RU3. The applicant claims that there are 3 existing electric meters which demonstrate the legal conversion of the duplex to a triplex. The applicant also claims that this conversion was completed sometime before April 1990. FKEC invoices for each meter have been provided by the applicant, but they are dated June 2025 and no further historic invoices were provided. Without these invoices, the criteria cannot be met using the electric meters for 3 units. Also, there was a historical property record card dated 1979, which stated that the structure was a duplex. Therefore, we found 2A was only satisfied for 2 units. 2B requires aerial photos or a signed and sealed survey that shows the existence of the dwelling unit in 1990. Well, aerials can't necessarily show how many dwelling units are in a structure. It does show that the structure existed, so therefore this condition was satisfied to the extent feasible. 2C can be satisfied by determination from the village that the use could have been legally permitted under the zoning and building codes in effect for the parcel at the time the structure was constructed. While the historic RU3 zoning district did allow for apartment houses, the minimum square foot requirements would not have allowed the units to be legally permitted per the 1960s code. Minimum square footage for an apartment house must have been 3 times the square foot requirement for a single family dwelling, which was 750 square feet. Therefore, the triplex must have been a minimum of 2,250 square feet. Let me see. Okay, so due to the lack of sufficient evidence to satisfy criteria 2 for 3 units, village staff supported the prior determination that 2 units were existing on the property. Also in the application packet, the applicant uploaded a photo of a neighboring property. There were some questions about that, so just want to be clear. One of the photos in there is of a neighboring property. It was not labeled. So based on these facts presented and the lack of legally established dwelling units, a 3rd dwelling unit, we recommend denial of the appeal.
Okay, Jennifer, do you want to add anything, or we're good with him? Okay, council, any questions? Don, you have your mic on? No? Okay.
Sorry.
All right,
I
so
don't have
then.
any at this time.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay. Okay, so Rob, we will take everyone in 4 now, and we'll talk to you again, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Ty?
Thank you. Again, Ty Harris with the law firm of Ty Harris, PA, Plantation Key. I'm here on behalf of Dr. McGrain, who's been in the audience, getting a taste of what a council meeting's like in Islamorada, and more specifically what quasi-judicial items can be like. After you saw what happened for the last hour and a half, it's pretty evident that we probably need to change the criteria we use in letting staff make determinations, because there are things that you can consider that they cannot consider. For instance, this property, as Rob pointed out, has 3 electric meters. It also is being charged for 3 garbage pickups, and it's also been assessed for 3 EDUs. Even though we're not doing a car wash, it's pretty logical to think that there are 3 units. Also in the package that I provided you, there are letters from 2 previous owners attesting that it was a triplex, and also one from the venerable Jim Mooney, who has sold this property and is familiar with it, and will also testify through his letter that it was a triplex. That being said, there were 2 key dates here. The first is the date that the property was built, 1958. And in 1958, the code in Monroe County, they had what was called a general zoning code. And I'm just going to give you a little history. I won't take too long. But up until 1939, Monroe County had no authority to zone any property. It wasn't until 1939 that the Florida legislature enacted the ability for any county or municipality to actually zone property. And the first zoning code in Monroe County didn't come about until 1944. And in 1944, so you were getting closer to that 1950s date. In 1944, these were the classifications: residential, commercial, agriculture, and this one was maritime, then there was industrial. That was it. No further ado as to the specifics of each one. Those were the classifications. And so when this property was built, like much of these properties in Settlers Residential in the 50s, that was the zoning. And the RU3 zoning really started to kind of get honed in 1979, and then it was changed again in 1986. But the thing that staff is really pointing to, and why they can't find this to be in compliance at their level, is the 750 square feet that you would have needed under the zoning code in the 1960s to meet the minimum size requirement. So that got me thinking, and also got my client thinking about, well, what's around us? And so I snapped a picture of what's across the street, and you can't quite see it, but there's actually 4 doors across the street. So we started looking at a few of these, and at the 132 Carroll Street, which is right in that same area, that was built in 1953. It is 3,010 total square feet. It contains 5 units. None of those units are 750 square feet. If we were to assume that they're all the same, they would be 602 square feet. So they don't meet the criteria. The next one is 108 Carroll Street. And oh, by the way, all these are now zoned Settlers Residential, just like my clients. If we took 108 Carroll Street, 108 Carroll Street is 1,020 square feet, and one of them is a duplex, so that's 510 square feet. So it would not have met the minimum square footage. The same thing would go for 113 through 115 Carroll Street. So you kind of see the pattern here, that we have a bunch of properties that are in this same area that are zoned Settlers Residential now, but were developed and are recognized to have more than 1 unit, but would not meet the minimum square footage under the code at the time. And we all know, if you spend any time listening to the folks that have been here, that in the 60s and the 70s and in the 80s, nobody really cared about residential. It wasn't that difficult to convert anything from what it was when it was originally built, a duplex, into a triplex. And it wasn't until 79 that the county even started limiting what that zoning district allowed as far as a triplex. So based on the preponderance of the evidence, and the fact that we have these markers, historic markers about how many garbage assessments, how many electrical units are on the wall, they're still paying for 3 garbage. They're still paying for 3 EDUs, and they still have 3 electric meters. And we have testimony through evidence that's been provided that it was a triplex when these other folks owned it. I think that satisfies the condition for the council to approve the appeal. And again, I think we really need to start considering whether EDUs and how many historically garbage assessments have been given should be markers. They don't have to be determinative on their own, but cumulatively, they should be considered. Staff should be allowed to consider those in determining the number of units. We've really kind of hamstrung staff with this very limited, basis for doing their analysis. I mean, you heard Rob. Yeah, I meet the criteria because I showed an aerial that the building was there, but you can't look through the building to see how many units were there over the years. So what does that criteria really do, unless you're arguing about whether a building is there or not there? So how much does that help you or help staff if that criteria doesn't have some other parts to it? Like, okay, if we're questioning whether there's a building there, let's use an aerial as a determining factor. But why the heck is it in there when we're talking about something where there's no argument that it's existing? I think we really need to think about having LPA look at some additional criteria so we don't leave staff kind of in a bind where they can look at these things and say, gee, I see it, but I can't use that in my determination, so therefore you're going to have to go appeal me. Because nobody likes appeals. These aren't fun. This is the least fun thing I do. And it's the first one I've actually done because I generally don't want to appeal staff. I want to find a solution. But in this case, we are all hamstrung, staff and myself, in coming up with a solution because of the criteria that they have to apply. So with that, I'm finished with my presentation. And if you have any questions for me that I haven't answered already, I'm here. Thank you.
Anybody have anything for Ty before he sits back down?
He's already sat down, so I don't know. I do have a question. This property records card, does anybody have a better copy of the original that says whatever in the margin? It says something about house is something, something on a lot incorrectly per Horace. I don't know what.
That's what mine looks like too.
Okay.
Anybody else? Deb, you done?
For now.
Okay. So now Marnie, in favor?
Sue Miller.
Oh,
sorry.
read. Oh, okay.
You can read it on your.
Yeah, it's sideways. House is now assessed on this lot. House is now assessed on this lot was assessed incorrectly on, looks like RE 40067 per Horace. 7/11/79 and an initial SH.
So what does that mean?
Did it explain what was incorrectly assessed?
No.
Above it, it says original card missing, made up new card.
Oh, goodness. We're missing documents written on a cereal box. Okay.
It says duplicate on it, so that's what.
Okay.
So
All right,
it's
Sue?
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I read this staff report and it was very confusing to me. I thought that we usually went by the utility bills, et cetera. And I have a home on Carroll Street, had a duplex on Carroll Street that was destroyed in Hurricane Irma. It was built in the 1950s. And it was 480 square feet for each of the units. And I paid for 2 EDUs. I paid for 2 garbage bills. And when the duplex was destroyed, I rebuilt it as 2 single-family homes. And I don't understand why there would be any question as to how many units if you're paying for the 3 EDUs, 3 garbage bills, et cetera. I think that when we did our comprehensive plan, we talked about electric meters and water meters. We didn't talk about EDUs because we didn't have a central system when the code was written, and we probably should talk about EDUs in the future code. And so I just think that this is really cut and dry to me. I don't understand why there would be any question. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Marnie, anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, anyone? Oh.
Sue, because it's that negative thing, Sue, are you in favor of them getting
She says she's
3
in favor.
or 2? The way it's written is we're either going to support the.
Yeah, she's in favor of the appeal.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you. Of the appeal. Okay. It just, the negative and the positive get really confusing on stuff like this. Thank you.
I had to ask which.
See?
Marnie, now we're going to not in favor?
We have no one.
Okay. Anything you want to say, Ty, before we start talking? I want to know how his electric bills are so cheap. I know, but I'm looking at the electric bills. I'm trying to think how he has a $42 electric bill.
Really good
Go
ACs.
Yeah, come on up.
So I probably should have clarified, there's a little bit of a confusing point in historic codes. And let me turn to them real quick, but it's not just a 750 square foot requirement. There's 2 square footage requirements. The 750 square foot requirement more or less applies to the structure size. Now there is also a unit size requirement, To read it verbatim, it's minimum lot area per family or living unit for an apartment house, motel, or hotel shall be 400 square feet. So each unit would have had to have been a minimum of 400 square feet.
Wait a minute, read that again to me, the minimum lot size, didn't you say?
So it says minimum lot area per family or living unit for an apartment house, motel, or hotel shall be 400 square feet.
Uh-huh. Minimum lot area, okay.
Correct.
So,
So what I understand this to mean is that a unit needs to be a minimum of 400 square feet.
And so each unit, there's 3, so if there's 3, they would have needed 1,200 square feet.
No. That's
Yeah,
when you
that's-
move on to the square foot content on the next page. The minimum square footage for an apartment house,
3 times
apartment,
4?
hotel, or hotel shall be 3 times the square foot specified for a single-family residence in that area. So that's where we got the 2,250 square foot requirement. And to bring up Ty's point where he was talking about the neighboring properties, yes, there are quadplexes, and those are greater than 200 or 2,250 square feet. I looked at the one that he included with the picture. We didn't do a dwelling unit determination on it, but it was over that size for square footage.
Anybody have anything else for Rob?
no.
Deb, do
So-
you have anything else?
I do. This code that you found that you're quoting from is 1960 code.
Yeah,
From
60
what I
through
understand.
73.
This house was built in 58.
Correct.
So there's anything possible prior to 1960?
So from the applicant's letter, we based on that. They stated that it was originally permitted as a duplex. And sometime later on, converted.
So it could have been converted before this code was in effect. It could have been originally built and then they added another.
So then we look at the property record card in 1979, where it's stated as a duplex.
Yeah.
Oh, this doesn't say duplex.
It looks like they added on in 2019. By this.
Let's say it in closing.
Go ahead. What do you want?
So I need to ask him what I'm seeing in this picture. His eyes are better than mine. This is the back of the building, and is that a door?
That's what it looks like, yeah.
What I-
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
That's a garage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess this is just inside, yeah. Did you want to say something else, Rob?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask what the size is of each unit in the triplex.
Do you know that, Ty? No. Okay, do you want to know that?
Well, I think we should have figured that out before we got to this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the only information that I had was a permit that was tagged onto that PC 17-06, and it showed one of the units with 2 beds, 1 bath at 670 square feet. If you subtract the house size from that 670, you're left with 789 square feet, and you can't have you can't have 2 units that are over 400 in that remaining area.
After this code was adopted.
Right.
Not before, when the building was built, that wasn't the criteria.
We don't know what the criteria was.
Right.
Yeah.
But we know there's 3 electric meters there.
And 3 trash.
Currently, yes.
And there's what?
3 trash and 3
Three
and 3
trash,
water.
3 EDUs.
Water.
Do we have any idea if we have any history on, I didn't see it in here, on the garbage, how they've been paying 3 garbage bills, solid waste bills? How long? We don't, all we got is 1 set of electric meters. No?
I don't have that info.
Well, you also have letters in here from 2 previous
Yes.
owners
Yeah.
that state it was a triplex.
And a realtor.
Yeah, who's, well, Christy Hughes, I'm gonna.
Well, yeah, but.
So back in those days, they didn't issue permits.
You just went and did
The
it.
furthest permit I ever found digging in every file that I ever could when I was the building official and the official record keeper for Monroe County was one house in 1959 that was built by an architect out of Miami that insisted that they issue a permit, as I recall, that was in the record, issued at the insistence of, it was some architect. And he drew the plans and he got this permit. But I could, it was very rare to find any permit before 1963. The Monroe County Code, the building code, was adopted by Monroe County right after Hurricane Donna. And there wasn't even an adopted building code other than what was in the zoning code. So you didn't have any real way of knowing how to build.
My building was built in '62 and we
Right.
didn't get a permit.
Yeah.
My dad didn't get a
They
permit.
didn't issue,
Nope.
see,
No.
residential wasn't important
No, I'm
to
talking
them
about
back in
like
those
commercial
days, and
building.
commercial didn't
Yep.
really matter.
And a-
When
and a
they
whole
did
lot
the
of these
original
back on
zonings,
Carroll.
they would, actually, the story that I heard was that the tax collector in Monroe County didn't want his nephew to live in Key West anymore, so he sent him up here and put him in Harry's Bar and gave him a stack of index cards. And on Monday and Tuesday, he issued permits out of Harry's Bar. Wednesday and Thursday, he issued permits out of Marathon. And Friday, he was allowed to go back down to Key
That's
West.
funny.
And then go back up to Harry's Bar on
And
Monday.
when he ran out of cards, he used napkins, right?
When they used an index card.
You're off
And-
track.
And
You're off
really, all it
track.
was
Get the
was
train
what do
back on the track.
All it was what
Let's
do you
go.
want to build? What
do
is
you
it
wanna build?
And that's how they did the zoning, is Fred, what do you want to build in this area? We'll put a zoning in. So, these records were awful, and that's the problem that we continue to have with these really old buildings. And so, what else can you go by other than
The trash.
anecdotal information from folks that's been here for a long time? Old timers in the room like me and Sharon that remember what was there before, or documents that you can kind of scrounge together, because permits just didn't matter to them.
No, they didn't. No,
Just the
not
same
at all.
as we went with the trailers, and it would have been easy for them to pull a permit for 2, and while they're building it, they go, you know what, we could stick another one in there. We got another hired help here at the
Yeah.
Islander,
Yeah.
or whatever that we want to stick in there.
So,
A lot of those buildings back in that area.
And at
Carroll
least the zoning
Street.
in there fit.
Yeah.
At least the zoning in there fit R3. It was multiple family apartment buildings.
Yeah.
And
that's
those
an old
kind of
street.
things. So,
That street's there. So,
Yeah.
where do you guys,
Steve, you're quiet.
I kind of go back to what I was talking about before, is what's fair here? What can we do to right a wrong? To me, it seems like it's been established. We have, corroborating letters from, back in the early 90s from owners that thought it was a triplex. We have a gap in record keeping. So it's up to us to make a determination.
does anybody want to make a motion?
Go.
I'll do it.
I'll make a motion that we, I always mess up, but
Grant
based
the-
on
granting the
our,
appeal.
I want to approve the appeal. That gives them 3,
It would be
correct?
a motion to grant the appeal and recognize 3 dwelling units.
Thank you. That's what I said.
Second?
Second.
Okay, Marnie?
Okay, Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
Okay.
And please think about changing the criteria so that staff can look.
Do we need to do it tonight?
Hey, Ty, the LPA meeting is on Monday. See you then.
So, John, we're zipping over to consent agenda.
Yes, we are. We're in the consent portion of the agenda. These items are of routine nature, and council members have reviewed these items in advance and sought the advice of staff as they felt necessary. There will be one vote on the consent items, which today are items 2 through 17, tabs 2 through 17 and 28. If anyone would like to pull an item from consent, he or she should state so now.
Mayor, if I may,
Yeah, I was
I
going
would like to pull tabs 16 and 17.
okay, and have a discussion or pull it totally?
I want to pull it and have a discussion.
Okay, I would just want a quick statement on tabs 6 and 7. And Ron, you already talked about wastewater. So I just want to make sure we stop this bleeding financially for the taxpayers and do what's right for the community. So you've already addressed it, so 6 and 7, we're gonna work towards fixing. So I guess I'll just leave it with us working with Key Largo now, okay?
6 and 7.
Yeah, that's wastewater.
It's wastewater money.
And Paul Page, okay?
No, I agree with you totally.
I
We
know
need to
you
work
do.
on that.
Yes, we do. Is anybody, Steve, do you have anything to pull? Are you good?
I think I'm good.
Anna? Deb? Nope. Okay, then,
So 16 and 17 will be moved to the regular resolutions out of consent.
okay. Okay, so that leaves what numbers?
So did we vote on that?
That-
No,
Not yet.
we've got
Not yet. So-
enough. Should I get my keys out?
The tabs for consent are 2 through 15 and 28.
Okay, and 28, to remind everybody, is Dawn going on the Greyhound.
Correct, yes.
Okay, all righty. Any discussion, council, or move to approve? What do we have?
I make a motion to approve.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, we'll have public comment, but there's a motion on the table. We can second it. We can always open
Okay.
public comment
Yeah.
after the motion.
Okay, I'll second.
Okay, Marnie?
Yes, Sue Miller is signed up to speak.
Sue Miller, Lower Matacumbe. I just wanted to make a couple comments about the consent agenda. It's really troublesome to me that there are 16 items to be approved with a single vote, now only 14. And the total cost of those tabs is $6.5 million. And I know at one time our manager was telling us that we shouldn't be approving major expenditures for taxpayers from the consent agenda, but this one was really bad. Competitive bidding was waived for 16 companies, including 7 wastewater companies and 9 fire rescue companies. The fire rescue expenditures in the consent agenda was $914,000. The wastewater expenditures in the consent agenda was $1,725,000. The other issue that's in the consent agenda, which really concerns me, is protecting US 1 in the consent agenda, approving $105,000 design and permitting of a breakwater at Sea Oats Beach to basically protect US 1 at that location. And I really believe that our small town should not be undertaking such a mission to protect US 1, a federal and state highway. That could end up being a huge issue, and I hate to see it in the consent agenda without significant discussion about protecting an evacuation route for a huge population south of there, and whether our town should be the one doing it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue.
You want to comment?
Yeah, you can comment.
You want to finish public comment?
Yeah, go ahead. Anyone else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Deb.
Okay, on that item, that's the one I was referring to, that we are eligible and have applied and probably will get the Resilient Florida Grant Program for the US 1, and the $105,000 will also apply towards that.
Okay, thank you very much, Deb. Okay. So, any discussion, council? Okay, we have a first and a second.
Was that Don and Deb?
Yes.
All right. Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
That passes 5-1, or 5-0.
Okay, John?
We are on tab 16. This was the first of the two pulled from consent. So resolution of the Village Council of Isla Mirada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving the piggyback purchase of a 2026 Ford F-250 XLT from Duval Ford Fleet Sales for the Village Fire Rescue Department, declaring 2011 Ford and 2016 Chevrolet as surplus property, authorizing the village manager to execute necessary documents, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing for an effective date.
Terry?
Good evening, council. As John explained, what you have before you is the hopeful purchase of an F-250 to replace two vehicles that are in the fleet right now, 2011, 2016 truck. Just trying to replace it. We are piggybacking the Florida Sheriff's Bid Association. Originally budgeted at $90,000. Once we got all the final bids in, we're coming in at $67,000. We'll take the two cars. Once these show up in about a year's time, we'll take the two other vehicles that were current in use, and then we'll gov deals them, and that money will go back to the general fund.
Can I ask you how old the two vehicles are that you want to get rid of and how many miles they have on them?
Miles, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
One is a 2011, the other one is a 2016.
What are they currently used for now?
One is the training vehicle, just because it was no longer reliable enough to use daily as the 911 service, and the other one is our logistics vehicle.
It's a regular pickup for a training vehicle?
No, that's the Expedition.
Okay.
So it's a white SUV. The 2016 is the logistics vehicle painted red. It's got a reading body on the back, carries all the tools and stuff of that nature, and has the striping, emergency lights, radios, all that good stuff.
Still in use, still being maintained?
It is, but this year we've had some significant hits. I mean, on more than one occasion, I signed almost a $6,000 repair for that truck. So again, once the juice is no longer worth the squeeze, I get rid of them.
So can I'm gonna jump to the next tab so we can talk about both.
Yes, sir.
You want him to read the title?
Not yet. I just want to have a discussion with Terry on that. So your next one is also a purchase of another pickup truck.
Yes, sir.
And that's you're asking for a 2026 F-550 XL.
Correct.
And this would be another truck that you're bringing on board that normally you use if you need to use a large vehicle like this, you would normally use something out of the fleet of Public Works.
Public Works or wastewater, yes, sir.
Or wastewater. And
correct.
And you guys don't normally drive those because it requires a CDL license.
Yes, sir.
And so if you use something that's painted red and has lights, then your EVOC covers you on that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
It did
that
until
truck,
today.
that 2026 550 is something that, according to our conversation, you would probably use once a week.
On a regular basis, yes, sir. Sometimes more often, but yes, sir.
And then the 2500 that you're asking for, how often do you use it?
The 250 would be a daily driver.
I'm sorry, what?
A daily driver for my logistics guy.
And it's, what do you use that for?
He keeps all of our stuff running. So he lives in Key Largo, but obviously works here. So he's between the three stations, maintaining the stations and the apparatus if our EVT can't get to it.
Don't we have another truck you can get from AJ?
Well, that's what
I mean, we have so, AJ, give him a truck.
One of the things that we continued to go through as we were going through the budget was continuing to look at how we can cut costs. And so my question is, out of the two trucks, it sounds to me like rather than having to use something of AJ's, you would like a 550. Can the 550 and the 250 be used under the 550? Can you get by with one truck? Is my question.
It's not ideal, but in the spirit of saving money
Take one for
and
the
all
team.
that, yeah, we'll take another one for the team.
Take one for the team.
Another one, yes.
Oh, come on.
Well, when we look at the budget, as we've seen, the budget the budget, the large part of the budget is eaten up and I'm just saying it's a bad thing, but it's eaten up by our emergency departments, our police and our fire. And it's huge. And so wherever we can save, we should save. And I think if we can get a twofer out of this, so we can get one truck and save the, not deplete a service in any way, because really neither one of these, quite honestly, are emergency vehicles, are they?
The logistics is yes. They run 911 calls. Keep in mind, we're running.
So when you get a 911 call, you run 2 fire trucks and 2 ambulances and a 2500 and a 550?
If they're the closest response capability, absolutely. Depending on the call. Obviously, we're not going to go to a public assist or a standard medical call, but if it's a bad call, absolutely. My logistics and my assistant chief ran a call today and assisted our crews. We had an amazing save. Unfortunately, the patient didn't make it, but we had 21 crews, both the engine, the rescue, and then the logistics and the assistant chief showed up. Many hands make for light work. So yes, all of my trucks run 911 as well, with the exception of the white van you guys see me in today because my truck's in
You look
Ford.
good in that too.
No,
Like
no.
a soccer mom.
It definitely is a soccer mobile.
Okay, John, I think I would like for you to read the second one too, because I'll make a motion on the first one, and I'll make a motion on the second.
I want to make a comment on.
Please, go for it.
Yeah, but I think we need the second one read to continue this conversation.
I can read the second one, if council's okay
Go
with
ahead.
that.
Yeah.
The second one is under tab 17. It's a resolution of the Village Council of Isla Marna, Village of Islands, Florida, approving the purchase of a 2026 Ford F-550 XL from Devolve Ford Fleet Sales for the Village Fire Rescue Department, authorizing the village manager to execute necessary documents, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing for an effective date.
Do you want to say
So-
anything else? I want to see if you want to say anything else before.
It's already been discussed, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go ahead, Deb.
Okay, so on the 250, I can see how you need that one to run back and forth and whatever, and it looked really good when you said that you were buying one, buying one and getting rid of 2 and all that. And then you and I also had the discussion about the F-550, and it almost parallels what he just said. But I suggested that either maybe your guys get a CDL license, and you and I talked about the potential of that, and we didn't have the answer for that, but we talked about it. And so you could continue to share a vehicle, and this is the more expensive of the 2 vehicles. The other choice is that you buy it under yours and wastewater borrows yours, if that be. But I had the same goal that you had in mind, as trying to save money on the budget. So you're willing to go to 1, and running the 550 on a daily basis is okay? I don't know enough about trucks to be able to answer that question.
It's less fuel efficient, but we don't put a ton of miles on them, so the less fuel efficient wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Plus, if we go to Key Largo with wastewater, then you don't have to borrow his truck. You'll get your own then, because we won't have
Paint
it.
it red, make it sexy,
There
but
you go.
sure.
Looks good on you.
We're
Okay.
probably a year away from that, though.
Yep. Okay, so you
Okay,
guys got anything on
so-
this side? Oh.
So are we, well, I just need to clarify where we're going with this. Are we,
Well, clearly, we're going to go to 1.
yes,
Why don't we let him pick which one? Because
well, it's
this isn't-
$30,000 difference.
Yeah, but he's the one driving and using them, and he's the one that's going to decide what it's going to use the most for.
Or he continues to borrow from Public Works, and we buy the cheaper one.
Do you have a say?
Terry, I think it's obvious that you're gonna get one truck and not two, so which one is the most necessary truck that fire has to have in order to save life, health, and safety?
So in order to maintain the most diversity within the department and build redundancy, I would say the 550. So out of the first tab, don't purchase the 250, but let me get rid of the other two trucks so I don't have to write another damn resolution. And then the second one, let me purchase the 550. That would be my ask.
Well, Steve, do you have anything to say? He's always sitting there all quiet.
I like saving money, so I appreciate that.
Yep.
And yeah, I think that's great. 550 is fine with me. Maybe we can get some more use out of that. And the other vehicles, that's going to be logistics. We might be able to save money on that and getting a cheaper one. If the one that's you have now goes down, keep fixing it.
Okay, so then do we have, let's go to the first one first, 16, which is the 250, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
So-
Wait a second, go ahead, John.
Yeah, so what I would say for that one, because we are disposing, that one does include the disposal. So if you're not going to approve the 250, I would recommend that the motion be to amend the resolution to remove reference to purchasing the F-250 and then
Still sell the two.
and then approve the rest. Yeah.
Okay, you got that?
That's my motion. Exactly. That's exactly
I'm
what I
right
was
in your
going to
head.
say. Thank you very
Do
much.
I have a second?
Second.
Marnie?
We need public comment though.
Oh.
We don't have anyone signed up for
good, I
public
knew
comment.
that. Marnie?
Okay, Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
Councilmember Ann Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And don't you feel good we saved some money? Okay, so now let's go to 17, which is to purchase the 550, correct?
Correct, and I read the title already. So
Okay,
we're
do I have a motion?
Motion to approve. Beat you.
I'll second.
Marty, oh wait, do I need public comment again?
Also, no one signed up. for
Okay.
this. Okay, Councilmember Ann Richards,
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis,
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton,
Yes.
and Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
And Terry, thank you so much.
No worries. And as a point of reference for my other one that was on consent, my 9 vendors that are on there, we're not waiving competitive bid. Those are contracts that we're already in. Some are as long as 10-year contracts. I just, instead of writing 9 separate resolutions, I wrote one to cover all 9. 5 of them, again, are continuing contracts that we've already entered in. So I'll work with John in the future when we approve a 5-year contract, it approve your 5-year spending if that's a possibility as well. So just
Thank you for
point
explaining
of
that.
clarity.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. John,
Thank
do you
you,
have
ma'am.
anything? Go ahead.
No, just turn it to tab 18 in the resolutions. This is a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving a 1-year renewal of the agreement for professional state lobbying services between Gray Robinson, PA and Islamorada, Village of Islands, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of the professional services agreement, authorizing the village manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the village manager to execute the professional services agreement, providing for a waiver of competitive bidding, and providing for an effective date. As you all, I'm sure recall, we have Gray Robinson has been retained by the village as their state lobbyist for a number of years now. As part of the agreement that we have with them, there is a term that allows for a 1-year renewal. The agreement runs October 1 to September 30th. So the agreement actually expired a week ago, but we are, the Gray Robinson has indicated they'd be willing to honor it. They also indicated, I know Ron has spoken with them, that they are bringing on the Southern Group as a consultant, at least for purposes of their contract with Islamorada, if this is approved, and it's for no additional cost to the village. So they would still operate under that agreement, and we would also get the services of the Southern Group through whatever arrangement they have made between the two of them.
Ron, you said he was on the phone. Is he in bed now?
He's been watching for 4 hours. Ryan Matthews should be on Zoom. Just let me know when he's on. Basically, I'm going to follow up with what John said. They've already brought on Southern Group prior to this, and I had that discussion with Gray Robinson that There was discussion by the council that they wanted some local experience, with Kate DeLoach being, I think, the person most people were focused on, and they agreed to bring Southern Group and Kate on board with no additional expense to us. And that's what and I wanted to affirm with them, which they have done, that if we approve this tonight, going forward, that would be the deal. So I've talked with both Kate and with Ryan, who both affirmed that that agreement is going to stay in effect, assuming you all approve it tonight. I've also told them that going forward, we are going to have a lot more interaction with our lobbying team. We're going to have priorities, and that basically we are going to try to work also with other entities. I had a meeting with Kevin Wilson, the Deputy County Administrator, about a couple of things, but one thing I did mention was kind of combining forces with the county's lobbyists to go to Tallahassee on things of mutual interest. I bought, for example, the county's 2025 legislative priorities, which would be the same for 2026, and a lot of them are ours. And so I didn't feel like we had to repeat everything, but for example, supporting the stewardship money, obviously, yes. Land acquisition, yes. They talk about trying to cap citizens' annual premiums for windstorm insurance, obviously. So what I'm saying is, just because I don't list every single one of the ones the county has, doesn't mean we're not going to fight it. I just wanted to have some specific to Islamorada. Obviously, the grants will be specific to us. I mean, they're going to get their grants, we're going to get ours, but there's some things of mutual interest. For example, I'm trying to get the city of Key West and the county interested in the issue we have with the modular homes. I won't mention any particular ones, but I've said to them, look, especially the county, I said, you already have some in the county in the unincorporated area, and they're going to just keep growing because it's a very lucrative thing. Is Ryan on Zoom? By the way, I'm not sure if he connected yet.
Just before we get to Ryan, just give me 1 second. So we're coming up on 10 o'clock, and rather than potentially interrupt Ryan, we need to move to extend.
I'll make a motion, we extend for 30 minutes.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry about that, Ryan. I just didn't want to interrupt you when you were in the middle.
And so to repeat, basically, I had a call last week with the lobbying team. It wasn't just Ryan. And we went over some of these priorities. I had them in the newsletter for the village. I understand that obviously you all are the final decision, but I met with you individually to try to get your individual priorities, and we can always add to them. The reason why we want to kind of push forward is this week has been committee meeting week. They're already up in Tallahassee. That's why they couldn't appear in person. And session starts in January. And so we're kind of under the gun as far as getting our stuff done. 100 bills, I think, have already been filed. And so we didn't want to fall behind. But I did want to make sure, obviously, it came before you, number one, to approve the contract, but number two, to get any special input over and above what we've already mentioned. So this is Ryan Matthews, who is here basically to answer any questions and get any input.
Hey, Ryan, how are you?
Hey, Mayor, Council, good evening. I also have Kate DeLoach on the line as well and available to answer any questions. As Ron mentioned, about 3 months ago, we subcontracted with Kate and Southern under our previous contract to be helpful both at the local level and with Representative Mooney and Senator Rodriguez in Tallahassee. And we are continuing to do that should the council approve tonight's extension for 1 year. Under the guise of saving the village money, that comes at no cost. We would do that under our existing contract, and also hope to continue just sort of the fruitful relationship in bringing legislative appropriations in concert with the representative and senator back to Islamorada and making some headway when it comes to policy. Not surprisingly, there's been a contentious relationship between state and local government really over the course of the last decade to 12 years. In Tallahassee, you've heard some of that in this meeting with residents talking about Senate Bill 180 and some of the other policies that were passed last legislative session. This legislative session likely will be no different. We're likely going to have a legislative session that is chock full of local government revenue attention, whether that is the giant property tax debate that's going to occur in Tallahassee over the course of the next 4 months, but also other local government revenue streams. We got rid of the business rent tax last year. I think communication services taxes and other local government revenues are certainly at risk when we're entering the 2026 legislative session. As Rod said this week, they are in Tallahassee. We've got a committee week next week as well, 2 in November and 2 in December before we start January 13th. for the 2026 legislative session. I had put together something for Ron a couple months ago, basically just looking at the 23, 24, and 25 legislative session. I think the total appropriations secured under those 3 sessions was just over $1 million. There was an exercise that we worked on last legislative session as well in terms of reverting and reappropriating about $1 million for Monroe County fire rescue boats that potentially may be utilized in Islamorada should an agreement be reached between those 2 entities. So again, our focus is trying to provide a return on your investment and the investment of your taxpayers in our relationship. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Council, do you have any questions for Ryan before we discuss?
Hi, Ryan. It's Deb Gillis. I just hope moving forward that now that we have Kate on board, that we'll have a better communication back and forth. I think we lost some of that a few years ago, and I think it'll just help us get back to helping you know what we need instead of you trying to figure out what we need.
I appreciate that, and I look forward to it. It's changed, and I've had the pleasure of representing the village for 8 years. I've been very, very happy with the communication we've had with Ron, but it has certainly ebbed and flowed over Mr. Cole, Mr. Yates, Mr. Orvek, Roger, in the time that we've had our relationship together.
Hopefully, we've settled down a little bit.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Deb, you done? Does anybody, do you have anything?
I was going to wait on Steve and let him
Steve,
talk.
do you have something you want to?
I think he has a few things to say.
Yeah, I think continuing in the interest of saving the village money, I don't support this agreement. I'm disappointed with their history. I've made that matter of public record from the other side before. I think that it would be great if we made a better effort to hire a lobbying firm that is not associated with Big Sugar. And I think that it can cause a potential conflict of interest. And I'm disappointed in the fact that we weren't alerted on SB 180 and 2508. I think those are things that a capable lobbying firm such as Gray Robinson could have alerted us to and did not, basically hearing that, well, we didn't know that was of interest of you. And I think they should well be aware of that. So, for those reasons, I just can't support this agreement.
Okay, well, Anna, do you want to say anything before I go to him? Don?
I say a couple of things. Ryan, it's Don Horton. I didn't really know what to expect the first time I went to Florida Keys Day. I had heard so many different things about how great it is to meet with many of the officials up there, department heads and folks that are movers and shakers and decision makers. And our last visit, my first visit as a council member to Florida Keys Day, I was not impressed at all. I mean, quite honestly, I can pick up the phone and talk to AMR whenever I want to. She's a nice lady, and I've talked to her before I was elected and after I've been elected. I'm going to meet with her next week. I can walk into Jimmy Mooney's office, whether it's down here or up there in Tallahassee, and that door is always open for me. And those were the doors that you walked me through. When we were in there talking to Jim Mooney, there was a discussion that we had that Jim was adamant on a few things, and we listened to him, and I didn't feel like I had an advocate at that moment. And I feel like that's what my lobbyist should be, is an advocate for my city. I've also had conversations about this issue that I've been working on, and now that I'm on the advocacy committee for Florida League of Cities, I purposely wanted to get on that so that I could try to talk to other legislators and other city managers and city council members to try to build a concerted effort to fix this problem. And the comments that I've heard out of you or your firm was fairly defeatist. It's going to be difficult to fix. It may be not the right time to do it because of these discussions about, taxes. It's just another tax. And I feel like I need you to advocate for us, and I'm willing to renew this contract or extend this contract to discuss your comments, Steve. I think that Big Sugar is probably in every one of the good lobbyist firms' pockets. I don't want a second-rate lobbyist because Big Sugar is involved with somebody. Big Sugar is smart just like everybody else, and they go after the biggest and the best and the brightest. And they're gonna get every one of those that they can on the hook so that we don't get them, if that's our attitude. So I think it's our responsibility to go to our lobbyists and tell them what our legislative ideas are, what our needs are, what our wants are, what our demands are, and for them to hopefully lobby for us and carry those things out. So I hope that we continue to have a working relationship that's a lot better than what you've had with the past, as you said, the past 4 or 5 village managers, with the past village councils, and that we work together so that we can make substantive changes that we need to make with you being up there in Tallahassee. And I am so looking forward to having Kate on board with us if this contract is renewed or extended, because I put a lot of faith and stock in Kate. I've known her, quite honestly, since she was 2 years old, and I'm going to hold her to that. So maybe it was more than 2. Anyway, so I've said what I'm going to say, and that's all. Thanks.
Anna?
Thank you, Councilman. If I could just very briefly, as it pertains to Keys Day, here's the conversation that I have had with past members of this council and otherwise. I don't view Keys Day as being the most productive time to be in Tallahassee, quite frankly, because you have every member of a community from Monroe County and the municipalities therein, FKSA, CFK, and otherwise who were there. I would much rather have you come to Tallahassee at another time when there aren't already group meetings with certain agency heads or AMR or Representative Mooney, as you mentioned. I'd rather have a list of topics that you want to discuss with others that we could meet with outside of Keys Day. And that's something certainly that we should work towards in 2026.
Well, with that said, let's work towards that because we haven't done that yet. There's some very important things that need to be done. With us losing funding on Freebie, for instance, we need to be talking to DOT and we need to have a very serious conversation with them. They want to come down here and they want a 4-lane Islamorada, and that's just not going to happen. But if we can go in there and we can talk them out of the same amount of money that it would have costed them to 4-lane that, then we know what our problem is, and we'll be able to put our own internal transit system together that will move our people around in our town and let the tourists flow right on by to Marathon and Key West, and still we can get to the Publix if we need to, or we can go down to our favorite watering hole and get back home without sitting in traffic for 30 and 45 minutes. But that hasn't happened yet. And I was elected in November, and I still haven't had a conversation with the big guy in DOT or anybody else. And if that's what it's going to take, then trust me, my phone is on. It's usually off between about 12 o'clock and 5 o'clock in the middle of the night. But other than that, I'll be happy to talk to any of them and bring them to the table. It's conversations that need to happen. It's the same conversation that needs to happen with these modular homes and what's going on with there. And we haven't had those conversations yet. So if you say now's Keys Days, at least Keys Day is a day that we can walk into their office and I can put a face with a name and they can do the same. And we can shake hands and start opening up that conversation. And that didn't happen last time, and I hope it does next time. And I'm ready to have a conversation with any of them because we know what our problems are.
Anna?
Understood.
I know.
We left you so
And-
much. Wow. Well, I'm 100% backing them. I feel, I know I've picked up the phone and called them and had no problem talking to any of them at any point in time. It's also on us to communicate to them what our needs are, not for them to just sit there and guess at what do we want. And I think that's been a lot of the problem, and we cannot fault them for past issues and problems. We need to move on and make good decisions. And again, with Kate being on board, she's fully aware of everything very locally around here. I was fully aware of Senate Bill 180 beforehand. You keep it up on everything, and I don't need them to babysit me either and call me with everything that's going on. It's also on us to pay attention as sitting here as an official. So with that,
Well, I'm going to jump to Ryan's defense because I've called him, and I'm going to take another swipe at the apple I worked on with him again. And so you'll be hearing from me, but I sat on the last council, and I will fault the last council, myself as well, that I didn't know we had the ability to talk to him. Nobody did, and it was just the way it was, and it shouldn't have been that way. So we have to own up for our own mistakes and shortcomings as well, where we need to be more proactive. We need to, and Ron, I'll give you your kudos that you have engaged with them, where past managers, it just wasn't done. So instead of looking at the past, we need to start working more with them. We have Kate now, who is here locally. So I would like to extend their contract again, just so we see that let's be more proactive. Let's do that. And, Florida Keys Days does have the reputation of being the party. It just does. So I agree that going up there outside of that time is probably a smarter move if you want to get stuff done. So, again, I'm all in favor for extending their contract. So,
Take the bus.
Anybody else have any comments or any questions for him before we let him go to bed?
well, and let's not forget that, they cost us $108,000 and they brought us in over $1 million. And that's with very little communication.
Yes. And so just think what we can do.
Yeah.
So, Ron, do you want to say anything before we let this gentleman go?
No, we might have to have public comment, but other than that.
And I know. Deb, did you want to say one last thing before
Yes,
public comment?
please. So Gray Robinson's has lots of, and Ryan, you can verify this and help with that. You have lots of offices across the state. So the bit about sugar, when you represent us, you represent us. And we are opposed to a lot of the stuff that goes on with sugar. But that's not necessarily out of the offices that we're dealing with. They're independent office. You have a law firm that's tied to your lobby group, and they're doing other things than what you do. So I've seen you over the years, and I put lots of the fault on our side, and I think Kate will make a big difference in our response and help towards you getting things done for us.
Okay.
I've got one thing to add to the list. I just thought of it.
Okay.
It's the local control on vacation rental. It comes up every year. Sorry.
Okay. Marnie, can we open? Oh,
We had a reprieve last year after 12 straight sessions. Hopefully we get another reprieve and nothing gets done this year.
Oh, that would be good.
okay, Ryan, well, we thank you greatly. Unless anybody has anything for Ryan, I'm going to open public comment so we can move on. Ryan, have a good night.
You all too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marnie, is there any public comment?
Yes, there is. Joe Wishmeyer.
Yes, Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. I will say that when I came into tonight, I was not in favor because of things that have happened in the past. We've spent all this money and we really didn't get any benefit out of it. Now, granted, a lot of that was due to our council and our past managers and all. But after listening to what's going on here tonight, it sounds like there's a lot more communication going on. So I guess, it's only a one-year contract. So I guess it would be, and I would be in favor of renewing that this time for the 1 year and see how things go. As long as things keep progressing in a positive manner, that's one thing. But if it resorts back to the way it was in the past, that's just a waste of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Marnie, anybody else?
No, ma'am.
Okay, public comment is closed. Council?
I'd like
Motion to
make a
approve.
mo-
I second.
That was quick.
Make a motion to approve the extension of the contract.
Okay, and who was,
I did the second.
okay.
I did
And
the
argument.
first. He's
Okay.
trying to cut me.
You want the first? I didn't see him.
Okay, Marnie, would you call the roll before these two start squabbling?
Okay, who's first?
Anna.
Let Anna go first.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
No.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
The motion passes 4-1.
Okay, John, tab 19.
Tab 19, a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada, Village of Islands, Florida, approving the final rankings and recommendations of the RFP 25-06 Evaluation Committee for selection of a contractor for the pool resurfacing and facility improvements project, authorizing village manager and village attorney to negotiate and execute an agreement for the requested services, authorizing village manager to execute the agreement, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds, and providing an effective date.
You drew the short straw, huh?
Yes, I did. I'm with you, though.
Go ahead.
We're playing a competition. Who lasts the longest?
Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Annie Onsgaard, Assistant Director, Founders Park. Thank you for the opportunity to present this item tonight. So I'm here to present for your consideration a resolution approving the final rankings and recommendation of the Evaluation Committee for the request for proposals 25-06, the selection of a contractor for the pool resurfacing and facility improvement project at the Ron Levy Aquatic Center. As you know, Founders Park, located here at 87,000 Overseas Highway, serves as the heart of our village's parks and recreation system, offering a wide range of recreational and sports amenities for our residents and visitors. Within Founders Park is the Ron Levy Aquatic Center, home to our Olympic-sized competition pool, originally constructed in 2001. After more than 2 decades of continuous use, the pool surface and surrounding deck area are showing signs of significant deterioration, and the locker room facilities are in need of modernization for both function and cleanliness. As part of this project, we also propose adding an enclosed lifeguard office and first aid station within the current covered walkway, an essential addition for the safety, security, and operational needs of pool personnel. As you may recall, back in November of 2023, Council approved an agreement with RGS Design Consultants LLC to provide engineering, consulting, and overall project management services for the successful execution of this project. On July 11th, 2025, the village issued RFP 25-06, seeking qualified firms to provide services and materials for a range of improvements, including pool resurfacing and deck repairs, locker room renovations, mechanical system upgrades, sports lighting and scoreboard enhancements, construction of the new lifeguard first aid station. This RFP was issued in accordance with village purchasing guidelines and advertised across multiple platforms, including Demand Star, the village website, our social media channels, and in the Keys Weekly. A mandatory pre-bid meeting and site visit were held on August 4th, and 3 addenda were issued in response to questions from prospective bidders. By proposal deadline of September 11th, we received 2 responsive proposals. The village manager appointed a 4-member evaluation committee consisting of Chief Building Official Sheila Denoncourt, Founders Park Director Maria Bajati, Public Works Director AJ Engelmeyer, Review Engineer Robert Mather. The committee held publicly noticed meetings on September 18th and 25th to review and score the proposals, evaluating qualifications, project timeline, experience, and cost. The proposals were ranked as follows, with a maximum score of 420 points available. Standguard Aquatics, Inc. at 370 points, with a bid totaling $2,302,510. And then FSV Construction Company at 290 points, with a bid totaling $1,823,219. So while FSV bid was lower in cost, Standguard Aquatics received the top score based on their overall experience with public sector aquatic projects, the strength of their proposal, and their advantage as a locally based operation. Tonight's resolution seeks your approval of the Evaluation Committee's final rankings and the recommended selection of Standguard Aquatics, Inc. for the pool resurfacing and facility improvement project. It also authorizes village manager and village attorney to negotiate and enter into an agreement with Standguard in substantially the form provided in the RFP, and authorizes the use of budgeted funds for this purpose. The full project cost of $2,302,510 is already included in our fiscal year 2025-2026 budget, funded through local government discretionary sales surtax. In addition, with council's acceptance of the Monroe County Tourist Development Council FY 2026 Bricks and Mortar Grant, the village will be eligible for $436,800 in reimbursement once the project is completed. The Founders Park Director will serve as the project liaison in coordination with RGS Design Consultants. The Procurement Capital Assets Administrator, Stephanie Peel, will ensure all procedures align with village and grant requirements. The Grants Administrator, Alyssa Panzer, will manage all reporting and cost reimbursement submissions. Additionally, I'd like to note that our pool consultant, Ben Ellis, is on the line, available tonight on Zoom, if he's still there. So he's here to help answer any technical or engineering-related questions you may have about the scope of work, project specifications, or even the construction approach. So with that, staff respectfully recommends that the Village Council adopt the proposed resolution, approve the selection of Standguard Aquatics, Inc., and authorize the village manager to proceed with executing the agreement. So thank you. I'm here to answer any questions I can, and of course, Ben Ellis is on the line.
Anyone have questions? Don?
Yeah, did you say that somebody from RJS Design is on?
Yes, sir. Ben Ellis is on Zoom.
Is there, so this contract includes the design and consulting from RJS through the project, right?
Yes, sir.
And they will be our project manager?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's included in the cost here already? There's not another additional cost?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
Does this price already include all of the permits that we're going to need to get and the stuff that we're going to have to do with the State Department of Health? Maybe RJS can answer that?
Yeah, let me.
Do you have the
The
permits
Department of
from-
Health
Rob?
fees would be a pass-through. They're pretty minor. I believe that your town building department will be the building department of record, and Sheila could talk to us about how those fees are handled. But I don't think the permitting fees are a huge
I'm not worried
consideration
about
here.
permit fees, I'm worried about the state. Have you gotten the State Department of Health approval? Maybe Rob can answer that. Have you?
Well, all the permit fees were included in the bid.
They were including the State
It's expected
Department.
that the contractor will pay for it.
Okay. And Ron, you're still going to have to negotiate this contract, right? Or is this contract just already done?
I think it's pretty much already done.
Does this contract have a provision for no change orders and a firm completion date, and failure to complete would be a fine?
The contract has not been negotiated yet.
Okay.
We have a form agreement, the standard agreement that we use. I mean, there might be some changes once we get into it with them, but the agreement that we do have does have a time for completion, and it has a liquidated damages provision, I believe under Article 3 of our standard agreement that we utilize.
Okay.
And then what was the other question about the agreement?
It seems like every time we enter in a contract, especially something that's this big,
change order.
we get change orders. And, we just had to have a kind of a discussion a couple of months ago about a change order on the generator buildings. I don't want to have those discussions anymore. I want firm contracts that just says they have thoroughly reviewed the drawings and and there's just not going to be any change orders. And if there are change orders and it's because of something that's left off of the plans, then I think that we need to make sure that our designers and architects and engineers go on the hook for forgetting things like that. That's just mine, but
Okay.
other than that, I'm okay.
Anybody else have anything? Deb? Anna? Steve? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, public comment?
We don't have anyone for public
Okay,
comment.
public comments closed. Council discussion, are we ready to move forward?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm not going to fight you over it.
Yes, you are.
Will you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
Okay, John, zipping along, number 20.
Yep, number 20, a resolution of the Village Council of Islamorada Village of Islands, Florida, approving work authorization number 1 with WSP USA Inc. for professional services for Canal number 148 Lower Matacumbe Key Backfilling Restoration Project, authorizing village officials to implement the terms and conditions of work authorization number 1, authorizing village manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing village manager to execute the project agreement for work authorization number 1, and providing for an effective date.
Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Welcome.
Good evening, Council. So this is a resolution approving a work authorization with WSP for the design and permitting for the village's next canal restoration project, which is at Canal 148. This is the canal in between sea and ocean lanes on the ocean side of Lower Matacumbe. This is the canal for reference where the Matacumbe Resort is. So basically, we've been working down our list of prioritized canals for those most in need of restoration. We're almost through the top 10, I believe. So Canal 148 is the next in line. It was number 9. So this project would involve the organic or muck removal at the bottom of the canal and also the backfilling of the canal to a depth of about 6 feet at mean low water. Same process we've gone through with the last 2 backfilling canals. They've both been highly successful. We're finding almost immediately improved dissolved oxygen levels, increase in benthic life, seagrass, fish. I have some really amazing photos I'm hoping to show at another time showing how successful these projects are. So the village did include $72,000 for full cost of this project in our current fiscal year budget. That's within the capital project fund. And staff are recommending the passage and adoption of this resolution. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Anybody have anything for Peter? Deb?
No, yes and no. I asked about the construction and the possibility of grants, and this is mostly paid 100%, not 100%, but mostly paid through grants when we get that far, right?
Absolutely, yeah. The construction would be 100% funded through grants, and even the design and permitting would be eligible for reimbursement.
And we're anticipating a year in completing this part, but we have it in the contract as to just as a stopgap.
That's correct, and that's only because of the challenges with permitting right now. It should take less than a year of permitting, but with the status of the Army Corps of Engineers and federal government, it could be a 2-year permitting project. So that's why
At the rate we're going, it could
we
be more
have
than that.
2 years in there, just to be safe.
That's the only questions I had.
Okay.
Don?
Pete, just thank you for what you're doing. These canals we're cleaning up the sins of the past, and I love it. And the canals are looking really good and good results. So thank you.
Thank you.
Anna? I'm good. Steve? Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Oh, how disappointing.
I move to approve.
I'll second. Go ahead.
Marnie, would you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
think it was Friedman.
It's a little late and I'm not hearing things right. Sorry about that. Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes, times 2.
And Vice Mayor Don Horton.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
What about me?
Good God. Mayor answered for you. Mayor Sharon Mahoney, would you like to vote as well?
Nah.
You know what? We're getting close. How about I move to extend another
10
15 minutes?
10.
15. We can finish up now.
We can always end early.
Okay, all right, moving along then, 21.
21 is an ordinance on second reading, an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 66 Waterways, Article 1 in general, Section 66-2, operations of vessels in restricted areas of the village code to create a slow-speed minimum wake zone generally located northwest of Lignabitic Channel Bridge off Lower Matacumbe Key in the area generally known as Stark's Wheel Ditch, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
And Peter, this started with the Nearshore Water Committee, and I'm very happy that I was involved in that, and I think it's a great thing. So read away.
Okay, yeah, I'll just keep this brief. I think you're very well aware that due to the ongoing safety issues and concerns, the village is looking to establish this ordinance, which would create a slow speed and minimum wake zone through almost the entirety of the Stark's Wheel Ditch. So the council did direct the staff to establish this ordinance. That was back in April of 2025. So the Florida statutes does give the village the authority to establish such a regulatory zone. And up to this point, we've had nothing but overwhelming support. That's both from the public, Monroe County Sheriff's Office, FDEP. I have personally heard of no opposition to this, only those in favor. So ordinance did pass at first reading. That was by a 5-0 vote. Shortly after that approval, we did start the permitting process for this. So we want to get that in as quickly as possible.
Good.
All the permit applications have been submitted. Those permits would be for the 4 buoys that are necessary to mark the zone, two on each side of the channel. So again, we're minimum maybe 6 months, a maximum a year, unfortunately, for the permits to come in for these buoys. And staff are recommending the passage and adoption of this ordinance on second reading.
I think it's great. And any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, council, discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Barney?
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
She remembered me. All right, John, last but not least.
No, we've got a couple more.
Oh,
Come
Lord.
on.
But they'll be quick, though.
They should be very quick.
So 22, an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 4 Animals, Article 1 in general of the Village Code to create Section 4-101, taking and feeding peafowl prohibited, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This is an ordinance on second reading. We talked about it at length last month. No changes have been made, and I have not heard any. As I mentioned before, we had sent it to the county in advance, and we've heard no objection from the county. So,
Okay, any public comment?
I lost my Zoom feed, so I don't believe so.
Okay, anything from the council? Oh, we do? Oh, okay.
You have me?
Okay, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
State their name, please.
State your name, please.
Yep, my name is Dylan Scott from Key Largo. I told you I was looking forward to the discussion on peacocks tonight. I did just want to add comment that, I do not believe the peacocks serve any environmental benefit to Isla Mirada. They are a non-native species, a nuisance species to many residents. They potentially do transmit diseases throughout the community, compete for resources with native wildlife, and also contribute, they are a large bird species that do contribute quite a significant amount of droppings to our waterways. I don't necessarily see the need for protections for this non-native species within our community, but I know from July's meeting there is a lot of community support for the peacocks, but just wanted to make my public opinion known regarding this issue. Thank you. You guys have a good night.
Thank
Get
you
some
very
sleep
much.
tonight.
Have a good night. Okay, council, any discussion? Where are we at? That's it for public comment, right?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead, Deb.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Oh, I like that. And they've been here since the 50s. They have, so.
Deb and Dawn?
No. We've been around since the 50s. I think we're getting slap happy. Marty, call a roll, please.
I'm sorry. Is Councilmember Gillis moved? Yes. Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Motion
There's
passes
3 of
5-0.
those up here.
All right, so is this, go ahead, John.
3 left.
Oh, goody.
23, tab 23 is an ordinance on second reading, an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 50, Article 3 of the Village Code titled Traffic and Vehicle Speed Zones, Section 50-53, Speed Zones established to create a minimum speed of 20 miles per hour for vehicles operated on Cortez Drive, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. It literally just adds Cortez Drive to the list of 20-mile-an-hour speed limits.
Okay, Marnie, is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, council, any discussion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes, and I apologize for getting giddy. It's
No,
past our
it's all good.
our bedtime.
All good.
All right, go ahead.
All right, second to last. 24 is on first reading, an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations, Article 3, Decision-Making and Other Administrative Bodies, Division 3, Local Planning Agency, Section 30-103 of the Village Code relating to appointment, removal terms, and vacancies, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This, as you, council might recall, council had asked that we remove the term limit that required a supermajority to reappoint somebody to the LPA. That's what this amendment does. It just strikes that through, and so we would just follow the guidelines for like all of the other, to make it consistent with all the other boards. This was presented to the LPA, and the LPA did ultimately recommend adoption.
Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
And any council, any discussion? I'd like the uniformity myself, so.
Yes.
Move to approve.
Second. So much for my comment. Go ahead, call the roll.
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, who was the second?
Me?
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Can we have 2 more, John?
We've got 2.
Nope, this is the last
27.
one.
No, we did an add-on. Remember, there
That
was
was
a.
28 was you.
He put
28
that
was
in
in
consent.
consent.
Oh, it's
in
done.
consent.
Okay.
It was
thank
you taking the bus.
Yep.
Oh, I'm
That's you
taking the bus.
hitchhiking or taking the bus, right?
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're approved. That was on consent.
Thank you.
You should-
I'll put it on my calendar.
Okay, go ahead.
Tab 25 is also an ordinance on first reading. It's an ordinance of Isla Mirada Village of Islands, Florida, amending Chapter 30, Land Development Regulations, Article 5, Schedule of District Use and Development Standards, Division 7, Off-Street Parking, Loading, and Driveway Standards, Section 30-851 of the Village Code relating to backing movements or other maneuvering within a street right-of-way, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This was also a request to the council. This related to the, it was a broader discussion, but it was ultimately born out of the discussion on Anglers Reef parking issues, and it deals with allowing for the backing into a right-of-way with, except for US 1 that does not allow for backing onto US 1. Currently, the code allows for it for residential parking, and then this underline would also allow it for public purposes, purposes, municipal purposes as directed by the village. This was also presented to the LPA at the last meeting and was unanimously recommended for approval by the LPA.
Okay, I know you're looking at me to say approve, but I need to ask
No,
for
I wanted
public
to,
comment.
I wanted to say something about this one. So.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank Jennifer for getting this done and clearing up the record on this. We had already approved backing on the right of way, and now we've got a code that allows for something that had already been approved by the village. So thanks for clearing that up, Jennifer.
I can't take all the credit. It was John, too.
Marnie, is there any
But you're
public
welcome.
comment?
Yes, ma'am. Joe Wishmeyer.
had to get in on one of them. Joe Wishmeyer, Plantation Key. First of all, you know, this all comes down to kind of the Anglers Reef Club, and we all know about my feelings on that. There's over 50 houses, average cost $2 million. They've got $100 million. They can afford to get that empty lot next door to them. See if they can rent that for $500 a month, or maybe if it goes up to $1,000, whatever piddly amount they want to pay us. So I think that since how it's a private problem, and it should be a private solution. I remember the gentleman this morning. It seems like this morning, when he was talking about the green and keeping our green and keeping everything like that. I totally agree with that. And what happened to the code is the code? Well, here we go again. You don't like the code? Let's just change it. So, you know, that's my feelings on that.
Thank you. And I don't think this has to do with just Anglers Way. This has to do with all the old road where the breweries are and the veterinarian down there. There's people backing out on the old road 25. This is, I think, just to make it uniformed.
Correct.
Is that
And
what we're doing?
Yeah, I just mentioned Anglers because that's what that discussion was. What
And
it
you
kind of bore
started the
out.
problem.
But yeah, sorry, but there was a larger discussion the council had of, you know, do we want to have municipal parking lots? Do we want to?
Yes.
And until this code revision is made, that conversation really can't be held
Got
in
it.
any real substantive way.
So this just has to do with making it uniform for the village.
And it opens the door for us to be able to have municipal parking and paid
Yes.
parking and controlled parking and not willy-nilly all over the place. There's a huge benefit to this, and it legitimizes all that parking in the Arts District that really shouldn't have been allowed. It's going to, I'm hopeful that it helps businesses that need to expand and can't find parking on their piece of property.
Agree.
That'll just, I think there's going to be an improvement to the village, so I'm grateful for this, and I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Does anybody else have anything to say before we have a second?
Second.
Marnie?
Vice Mayor Don Horton?
Yes.
Councilmember Anna Richards?
Yes.
Councilmember Steve Friedman?
Yes.
Councilmember Deb Gillis?
Yes.
And Mayor Sharon Mahoney.
Yes.
That motion passes 5-0.
And it's with great pleasure. Done. So no meeting Thursday, just so everybody knows.
Correct.
And we will be back here in December.
Yeah.
Wait.
Before,
I know, it was messing
I
with
don't know if we were first still in, but I want to give you an update. During the meeting, I was corresponding with some school board members, and they did take up the baseball field tonight, and they had a revised plan, and according to two members I was texted with, that's why I was on the phone, they did approve it with the revision. They did remove the second multi-use building, which we had which I guess I had recommended with y'all's approval, and I tried to get them to move the concession stand from behind home plate, but they did not approve that, so it's still behind home plate. And they've also agreed to renovate the building on the first base line. They're going to be at their expense renovating the building on the first base line for their locker rooms, et cetera. So we were looking at helping them, but they've agreed to take that too.
Well, don't we have a say where the concession stand goes? It's our property. I mean,
You're going to have final say over everything.
Yeah, so I'd like moving it myself, but that's just me.
Well, I was watching I don't think they had a whole lot of discussion, and I think we need to, I think we're just informally talking now. I'm just giving an update.
Okay.
It's not an action item. I'm just trying to let you know what happened while we're still on TV.
So the discussion item for Thursday is, we just
Yeah,
did
there's no
that?
reason, my recommendation is we don't have a meeting on Thursday.
And that's
Okay.
what I was saying. So
I
there's
know,
no meeting.
but
Yeah.
the last thing I heard is we were still having a
Well,
discussion.
that's why I wanted to clarify that,
I do.
based on what happened with the school board, I don't think there's a need to have a meeting on Thursday because it's still a revised preliminary plan. There's nothing for you to vote on. I was going to give an update on Thursday, but since I heard the information tonight, I'll just give it to you now, and there's no reason to have a meeting on Thursday.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you very much, and good night.